Hello, YouTube! Welcome to another edition of Pop the Chart. My name is Koi and I'm host of the Pop the Chart live stream. First and foremost, I am not a financial advisor, so you gotta invest in the market at your own risk, but I will give you the most educated information that I can give you so you can make the most educated decision in the market. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday. I know y'all got the case of the Mondays right here. It is July 19th. And we are just a few minutes away from market open right here on the Pop the Chart live stream. We're covering everything from AMC to GameStop. We're following AEHR to just had some news in our XP. All big movers in the market this morning. We got Savara, we got BlackBerry, we got Cost, we got HOFV, we got DLPN, CIDM, CSCW, Wisky, and a whole lot more. The crypto market. We're going to be covering the crypto market sell-off. Yes, I said sell-off. That means crypto is down. We'll talk more about that coming up as well. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit up the live chat. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Under 3 minutes until market open right here on Pop the Chart. Boom, boom, boom. Another day, another dollar. Hope y'all had a great weekend. And I will talk about my weekend coming up. I can't wait till Jason comes in here because I gotta talk to him about something. Jason, if you're here this morning, you jinxed me, my man. You jinxed me. I'll tell you all about it. But, yo, here we go. We're a little over 2 minutes, and AMC currently taking a little look at that. It's at $32 in the pre-market. What? Some people are saying it's the dip before the rip, and we'll see if that is true, or if AMC is heading downward. I know. Over the weekend, Trey from Trey Straits had to do he had a wild, I guess you would say, pissed off video, and I'll talk about that too. We got all kinds of deets to talk about because it was a crazy weekend, and we're seeing a crazy market. Things are still down. We're still seeing red this morning, even in the pre-market. Things are still down. So I don't know what to tell you, ladies and gentlemen. All I'm seeing is red right now, but we do have some little flashes of green showing up in the movers gainers tool. And as we are a little over a minute away, I will get into the 1 minute chart. Let's go. 1 minute chart. Let's zoom in. Let's see what we're gonna be. GameStop, AMC right here, so you can see it. And then I'm going to pull this down in our XP, which had a run this morning as well. In our XP, which is in our X Pharmaceuticals. As we are, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute away. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Let's go. I know you're all excited to see red in your portfolio. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got that excitement. You're like, I'm so excited to see this loss pouring this morning. Let's go. Come on now. Let's see here. What's gonna happen on this market open? 30 seconds. All right. Let's get into the countdown, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. We are open on this Monday, July 19th, 2021. And AMC had a little bit of a poppity pop on the green there, but started to come back down red. So we'll see as if it continues to move. And the 15's got that curl to it, so we might see a little curl up here towards that 200, I hope. I'm going to double check this live chat because I haven't seen anything come across. Typically, somebody said something by now. So let me pop this thing out, pop it back in. Sometimes we have issues with the live chat, so I'll make sure that it's working. Let's see. Restore. Okay, there's nothing on there. Okay, good. So we're just waiting for someone to test out that live chat this morning. That's what it is. I thought maybe we were having some issues there. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to work. So, all right. AMC is coming down. We're at 31. We just hit 31. For like a brief second there on AMC. So yes, low of 31.86. Alright, I hope you all had a good weekend, by the way. I mean, so let me know. I mean, how was your weekend? As soon as Jason pops in, I'll tell you all about what happened. You see, he jinxed me royally, alright? Royally jinxed me over the weekend. And so, I'm excited to tell that story, to tell what happened. But, you know, I just know I'll tell the story, then 2 minutes later he'll show up, and then I have to tell it again. The double up on the story, you know what I mean? But oh, craziness. Alright, since we're getting into this, it looks like NRXP started to fall down. I'm going to pull over here to the session movers and update this to the regular session here. And that way we can keep an eye on what's moving and what's not. AEHR still number one right now on the movers gainers tool, up 40, looks like 47%. Well, I'd say 38 over here, but they may not have fully updated it there. But it takes a few minutes. But anyway, it's coming down a little bit. 38%, still up decent for the day, at $4.79. Next is NRXP, and then CYTK is another one. So we got three that tend to be moving together this morning, and they're all part of the top movers on the movers gainers tool. As for some deets, some info, some news, I pulled some articles out from this morning. First and foremost, let's get into this. Alright, this is crazy. So the crypto market is a whole lot of womp womp wow. Yes, I did that sound effect myself, alright? Just so you know, that was not the actual sound effect, alright? But that was about the closest I could get to sounding. And if you thought it was good, and you thought it was legit, then maybe the copyright bots from YouTube will get me for that. But anyway, the crypto market's down, and part of that could be this video that came out. This video that it says Bitcoin crackdown gets very literal in Malaysia as police crushes 1,069 mining rigs under a steamroller. That's right, 1,069 mining rigs. I just want to let you know, if those were all hooked up and those were working, that would be like literally like thousands of dollars probably a day that you could make off of that. I mean, literally money. Like, they just literally let like tons of money just disappear. Not counting the value of all those rigs. I mean, I wouldn't, if it was me, and I'm sitting there with all these mining rigs that I've come across or stolen or taken, or not stolen, but, you know, taken away from people, I'm selling those things. Those graphics cards are worth money. I'm selling them to people in another country. That's what I'm doing. I'm making the money. I'm not gonna just destroy it. That makes no sense. No sense. These people, no offense, I'm sorry. If you were the person that had to do this, you're dumb. You're dumb. And I will tell you this to your face. You're dumb. You just wasted money. You just wasted. You could have made so much. You could have eBayed that thing or something. You know what I mean? Or Amazon, something. You could have done anything to sell those. It is, and you smashed it with a steamroller. Anyway, let me go over it. So Malaysia police destroyed the mining rigs worth about $1.26 million. There you go. 1.26 million. And you steamrolled it. You're an idiot. That's all I gotta say. You literally just threw away $1.26 million. Okay? After they were seized for illegally mining Bitcoin using stolen electricity, according to a video of the event posted by the Malaysian news portal Dayak Daily. So, they were seized. Who cares? It's a mining rig, okay? It's not drugs. Sell it. Make your money back. Oh my god. Holy smokes. I would have probably went and got some of those things. Come on, man. You're just going to crush them. Can I just have them myself and take them back overseas like with me? Can I just, I'll import them in. Anyway. Because I'm going to make the money back eventually anyway, so I'm not worried. The machines were seized during raids earlier this year as part of a joint operation between law enforcement and electric utility Sarawak Energy in the Malaysian city of Miri. 8 individuals were also arrested for being involved in illegal mining activities. Assistant Commissioner of Police Hakama Hawari was quoted by CNBC as saying that the miners stole $2 million worth of electricity from Sarawak Energy power lines. Why it matters, mining rigs utilize a significant amount of electrical power during cryptocurrency mining, but Bitcoin mining is the process by which new Bitcoins are entered into circulation. According to the Cambridge Bitcoin Electricity Consumption Index, the amount of energy needed to mine Bitcoin is more than the electricity consumption of countries such as Austria and Colombia. Malaysia accounted for 3.44% of all of the world's Bitcoin miners in April. Bitcoin is down 0.5% during the last 24 hours, trading at 31,569 at press time. Alright, so here's what we're dealing with crypto right now. Alright, here's what we're dealing with. You have a whole bunch of people that are cracking down on these miners. And I really think if that crackdown was not happening, that Bitcoin's price would be a lot higher. A lot higher. Why? Because it's not as many, so it's like, you got the the transactions are coming across, so you have a lot of crackdown on it. But in return, it is bringing news and it is bringing more awareness of Bitcoin, but may not be in the best of awareness, I guess. It's you get these bad articles, people are like, man, this must be bad, they're cracking down, it's illegal, people are doing illegal things, and it puts it in a bad light. And so Bitcoin is not bad, it's just some countries don't want it, won't allow it. That's it. That's all it boils down to. Some countries don't want it, and then you have people who are dumb enough to literally crush $1.26 million. They just crushed it. They literally crushed it. Threw it in the trash. Gone forever. They crushed 1.26 million. I literally would say, hey, look, you guys are going to crush these. I'll give you, you know what? It's Malaysia. I'll give you $5,000 US. That's probably worth $1 million in Malaysia. Just say it. Probably worth $1 million. I'll give you 5,000 US cash for all this. I was like, then I'll pay the whatever 20 grand to ship it over, $25,000. Now I turn it on. I'm gonna pay a few grand for the electricity over here in the U.S. But then I'm gonna make $1 million and pay all that off. Holy smokes, that's nuts. Nuts. There's actually a video too, by the way, which I'm gonna click on and pull up here so y'all can see this, because it's literally, oh man, look, I'll even let the sound play, because this is so bad. If you know anything about technology and what it takes to put this together and the money that can be made on this, it literally makes you sick watching this video. It's just like, it just, I'm telling you, Like, I am looking at it right now, and I'm getting sick. Already, I'm sick just watching it. I'm already sick. I can't even. Ugh. Why? Why do this? Why do this to people? Why? What's the good? What's the good that you get out of this? There's no good. Alright, hold on. I'll turn the sound down. Alright, here it is. Here are the people that literally just threw money away. Alright, right here. Literally just threw money away. Here it is. I'm gonna play it. Ugh. Look at all those mining rigs. Oh, man. Oh, the humanity. I feel like I need, like, the trio from the movie The Titanic playing the, you know, the strings right now. They're getting destroyed. That's like $1.26 million being destroyed. Oh man, oh the humanity, so bad. Why? Oh, if I could just even have like 10 of those things, I would make money. Wow. And they destroyed it. They ran it over. Yo, Jason's in here. Jason, I've been waiting for you to come into this industry live chat here. I've been waiting because I have to tell you something. Okay, so good morning first and foremost. Good morning. But you jinxed me, man. You totally jinxed me. You jinxed me. You're like, I finally got my AC working. Finally. Yes. Guess what happened to me this weekend? Ah! All right. Had to make a house call. Why? Because keep in mind, and you may hear them. All right. So for those of you listening, you may hear the dogs, right? The dogs that were puppy sitting until I think Thursday morning-ish, whatever. Anyway, so you may hear that. You may hear him because we got one dog that just has anxiety and it just wants to whine. So every so often, not all the time, but you know, you may hear that. But so here's the deal. Here's what happened to me this weekend. So we got the dogs, you know, end of last week, and there was a in our hallway in like the middle of the floor. All right, a little oh, I lost my headphones. Hold on, 1 second here. 1 second. Ah, can't hear. All right, there we go. Anyway, sorry, I turned my chair and got caught on the cord. But anyway, so there's a little spot in the carpet, a little round spot. I'm thinking, okay. I'm like, one of the dogs just peed on carpet. I will be mad about the you know. So, you know, we got one of those little handheld steam cleaners for like stuff like that. So I'm, you know, steam clean it, whatever. And then we steam clean it, we go away. I'm walking down through the floor later on, and I feel another wet spot. Like, okay, like in the same spot, like it's wet. Like, but I'm thinking, well, did they not suck up all of the water from the steam cleaner? They put too much down. Like, 'cause sometimes if you know, I know I've seen people where they not paying attention, they hold down the trigger of the steam cleaner or whatever it is, and they put too much water out, right? Something, they put too much water out. Like, what is this? And so all around is dry, right? It's just that one spot. So I'm thinking, okay. So then I take and we just pull up some more water right out of it. And then sure enough, I think it's gonna be done. It's still like someone poured a bucket of water. What the heck is going on? I look up, there's no leak, there's no nothing. What is going on? And then it dawns on me, wait a second. Our furnace / AC unit is to the right, in a door, in a closet. And I'm thinking, surely it's not that, right? Because it would be wet all around, right? That doesn't make any sense. I open the door, lo and behold, it is shooting water out our stinking furnace down to the floor. I'm thinking, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. So I have to turn out furnace, but AC unit, whatever. The whole unit's together. So I literally freak out. I turn off the thing. So now I had no AC because I can't turn it on because it's leaking water, right? And now I gotta figure out what the heck is the problem? What is causing the problem? So I have to try to get all the water clear. So what happened was the water that was leaking out, by the way, it went down, and under your carpet there's that little bit of padding, right? So what happened was the padding's like a sponge, so it sponged up the wetness that was leaking there, and so it sponged it up. But the only reason why the wet spot was in the floor is because as you're walking down our hallway, that's where you walk. So you're putting your foot down, you're pushing weight, and that was causing the wet spot there, but nowhere else. So I had to like pull up the carpet, suck out all the water, whatever. I had to crawl into our house, double check, make sure there wasn't any massive damage. So I'm under my house, I'm looking up, I'm checking for water damage. I found that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I was like probably over freaked out over it. It turns out the people that built my house was not smart enough. I'm sorry, no offense, but I am throwing out some dummy calls this morning because the people that smash those mining rigs to me are dumb. But anyway, so I'm about to say the ones who built my house were not very smart either, because they did not, and I didn't catch this, and nobody caught this. They did not run the pipe for the drainage for my AC unit outside of the house. It literally is down into the ground and just sitting there like this. But it runs all the way across from where it is way out to the end, but it's just sitting there. So nobody ever caught it. Nobody ever noticed it. I never even noticed it. Because you gotta remember, you're going down there, it's dark, you're in the crawl space, can't really see a lot, unless you got a flashlight, whatever. No joke. So, yeah, because I don't have a basement. So it's just like one of those things. So what happened was the water, because we had so much, I don't know if you noticed, but I've been talking about how much rain we've had lately. The water, you know, plus some of the water come back, we need to put we're gonna have a sub, we haven't had put in yet, but we're putting a sub pump in. But we think for all the rain, the water from our actual areas, a pipe ran out for a sub pump, that some of the water might have slightly backfilled a little and kind of came back, and it just, like, not a lot, but just enough to mud the ground. And so the ground where the pipe is, they made a gooseneck in there and put it down in the ground right there. So when basically it gets wet, some of that mud sinks down into that pipe. And guess what happened? It clogged our pipe. It clogged our pipe. It's stinking. So the water that was draining out from the AC couldn't drain. So it literally started backfilling back through. Oh my God. So we had to take an air compressor, put it in there, boom, blow it out, and then you know, so that the water can flow through, and then we're going to fix the pipe to where it goes from there all the way out. So I'll probably have the dude do it, just make sure that it's covered and everything's done correctly. But anyway, it's it's just one of those things where you find out that when people are like build houses, sometimes they skip steps or they slap stuff together, and it aggravates you because it's like, come on, if you just did it the right way the first time, you wouldn't have this you wouldn't run these problems. It's the little things, right? The little things when it comes to owning a home. But yeah, so anyway, I didn't have AC for like a whole day and a half. So we were fighting with fans. So I felt your pain, Jason. I felt your pain. I'm just saying, over this weekend. So that was my weekend. It was, I was under the house in the mud, dirt, dust, working, crawling, fixing things. One of those. One of those. But anyway, good news is, it wasn't as bad as I mean, get it, we gotta put the pipe down through there, run it, fix it, run it outside, whatever. You know, that costs a little bit. But hey, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, alright? I was thinking the worst. You know, when you see water running in your house, you're freaking out, right? Oh my god, oh no! Like, that's the worst thing. So, I might have freaked out a little bit. But you jinxed me, Jason, you jinxed me! That's all. That was my weekend there, just saying. Trollmaster, good morning, Trollmaster, welcome. This is just approved Ninja Loans as a whole bleep ton of you about to get thrown out of your house. So how about you vote in your backside? DRV, eat the hedgies, markets roast. Markets toast. It said markets roast. I'm like, what are you talking about, Trollmaster? Like, what is this? Ninja? Ninja what? Just approved Ninja. Trollmaster, what are you talking about right now? I'm confused. Oh. Also, FYI for those of you still listening, I will not be able to do the show on Wednesday. I have a I have a little something that I did that is interesting, and it's interesting and really nice at the same time. So I have to go pick up a whole bunch of stuff I won at an auction. Okay, I won like pallets of stuff at an auction, so I had to rent a truck to go get it. But I have a whole bunch of stuff that I got, like some brand new inbox furniture and things like that. So because we wanted to get like new couches and stuff like that, so and possibly some new furniture in my house. So we went ahead and I bought like a lot of stuff for like really cheap at auction. So I won a pretty good deal on an auction. So I gotta go pick it up on Wednesday with the truck. But I only had the truck for so long, so I gotta go get it. Yeah, I had to rent a U-Haul. Yes, to get to fit all the stuff that I got. And then whatever we don't, we're just gonna be, you know, taken to a place that more or less will auction it off, and I get paid for it. So whatever. So I basically worked myself a deal to make money and get some cool stuff, some stuff that we needed. So I gotta go do that Wednesday, and I only have so much time to do it, so I will not be able to do a show Wednesday, but keep that in mind. I will be in the back of a truck, unloading and loading stuff. Let's see here. Jason said, pallets of last year's toy models from Hustler. You know it. All I know is there's a whole bunch of pallets that I got, and we gotta, you know, load everything up and unload it. So go from A to B. It was, trust me, it's a heck of a lot cheaper doing it myself than paying somebody else to do it. I'm like, I used to work at UPS, so I loaded trucks for a little while when I was in college. So I know how to load a truck. That's not, I can do that myself. It's not that bad. And it's not as much as what I used to load, literally, you know, full out dry box vans, you know, and, which are huge semi trucks in a few hours time, you know, load them things up. So definitely I don't have that much stuff, so it's not that much, but yeah, it's gonna be nice. I do know, because I went through some of it was looking at some of what I got, and there's like really nice outdoor patio furniture that I'm stoked about for our deck And so I'm like pumped, because I'm like, oh man, I was like, I got a deal on that, deal, because I feel like I'm on Storage Wars if you think about it, because it's like you buy something and then all of a sudden, you know, you get a bunch of stuff, and some of it you really don't know what you're getting, some of it, but it's all boxed, right? It's all new in the box, so it's like it's boxed, so it's just a matter of, you know, is it missing parts, or is there something wrong with it, or whatever. You know, how you take a few things, but I do know there are a few things that are brand new in the box, unopened, that come, that just that they have, so that are worth what I spent. So I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm literally just getting some things that I needed anyway, and then anything extra on the top of that is either money made or, you know, it's something that I could use, whatever, 100%. So, or family members could use, whatever, you know. So I win either way, right? I win either way. I mean, it was like, okay, I will take that. So, but yeah, I do know I got to look, and there's some nice patio furniture in there, and I'm like stoked. It's like the ones, I believe, that like wrap around, that nice patio sets that wrap around, and they have like the coffee table with them and stuff. It's like with the pillows and all that. Like, yeah, I'm like stoked. I'm like, man, I could put that on my deck. That'd be so nice. Sit outside, chill, relax. Right now, we just got the table out there with the umbrella, but I've been talking for a while. I've been wanting that patio furniture, and I may have got it. I may have got it. So yeah, so my wife just texted me and said, yeah, so guess what we get to do tonight after football practice? I was like, what's that? We get to clean out our garage. I'm like, yay! Yay! Jason says, I am starting a new challenge for myself today. A new challenge? Ooh. Let me guess how long you can grow your beard. No, I'm kidding. What you got, Jason? What's the challenge? I'm gonna go over some news here in just a minute, y'all. So if I know y'all like, oh, cool, just talk about random stuff. No, I got some actual market data stuff I need to talk about here shortly. But market news, I mean. But I had to talk about that. I'm starting with $10 and seeing how much I can grow it into by the end of the year. Boom! $10. And seeing how much you can grow it to until the end of the year. $10. Get it? Well, I can tell you where to start. Well, not really, because you're gonna get caught with a $4 or $5 probably fee for going over going pink shades. But anyway, the Atari's 0.42 cents, so you get a little more there, or you gotta find something like penny stock to go in, or you go do one share or something, make a couple bucks, sell it, flip that, wait 2 days. So if you think about it, so by the end of the year, all right, you're 6 months in, all right, it's 300, we'll just say you're halfway through, it's 365 days, so, you got 100 and what, 65, something like that, 170 days, something like that, you can say 180, whatever, anyway, so you get somewhere roughly in there. And then you figure you got all the weekends that are off, So you take that off. So you're down, I'll say probably about close to 150. Then you got your 2-day settlements. So you're gonna take every time you sell, you got 2-day settlements. It's got to settle for 2 days. So you're probably roughly at about 100 days worth of trading left in the year. So you figure if you can make like $1 or $2 a day, you could take that $10, right? Turn it to 100 something. You can turn it into 110. Unless all of a sudden you get one and it has a whole bunch of you get a bunch of shares. It's like worth like nothing, and then and then bam. Actually, Jason, the $10, the best way to make money quicker on it would not be in the market. It'd be in the crypto market. Why? Because $10 can go a long way on some of these stocks that are worth 0.000000000. Which, by the way, if you're gonna buy some crypto, today would be the day to do it. I'm literally brutally honest. Today is the day. I mean, FEG token went down. Actually, FEG's back up a little bit. It's not up, it's down, but it was at like in the threes. Like you literally could have got FEG in the threes. All right. Vegas went up to like round 3. Vegas went up over 20. Just saying. Like it averages around 10 to 11. So you could have literally bought like $10 with FEG for like nothing. They got a lot of shares, just held on to it. There's also SafeMoon's down. I mean, all the crypto's down. It's all basically because Bitcoin's down. Bitcoin's down 3%. It's literally right around that 30,000 mark. Right now, it's at 30,674. If you look on your screen there. But, man, I'm telling you. But you bought into GLG this morning at 90 cents. 90 cents. Yeah, I mean, the whole market for me is bleeding right now on my regular portfolio, and the crypto market's down. I'm just literally like, that's how I feel right now. This Monday right now feels terrible. I literally feel terrible. And speaking of which, let's go to these news articles I was talking about. Let's go to, so here's part of the crypto market. All right. Old Elon Musk changing his Twitter profile picture, and that caused a little bit of some craziness. Let's pull it over here so you can see it. Look at that! Look at it! Notice anything? Does anybody notice anything about his... Oh, look at his glasses! He got the Doge! He got the Doge dog right there in his sunglasses. Yeah, look at that. On his new Twitter profile photo there. Elon with the Doge sunglasses. Said Elon Musk throws Dogecoin community into a frenzy with a new Twitter profile photo. The Tesla CEO Elon Musk sent fans of Dogecoin into a frenzy after he changed his profile photo on Twitter to one that shows the support for the meme cryptocurrency. As for what happened, Musk, who has 58.3 million followers on Twitter, by the way. Could you imagine having 58.3 million followers? You just literally post something out and the whole world listens? Yeah, you know. Anyway. He updated his profile picture to show a photo of him with the reflection of Dogecoin in his sunglasses. It was actually the Doge dog, but close enough. Let's see here. Musk's new profile photo has thrilled the Dogecoin community. Dogecoin founder Billy Marcus, who goes by the username Shibatoshi Nakamoto on Twitter, posted his own meme about Musk's ability to move the crypto markets. And he put Elon Musk be like, and there's a Twitter picture, which I'm going to click on here. And it's a dude from Spider-Man. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go over here and pull that article up again. I clicked out of it by accident. Elon pull this back over here. Alright, so anyway, he said that on Twitter. And then David Yockenstein, a crypto investor and entrepreneur, noted that the hashtag Doge Shades was trending in the top spot on Twitter in the US, and after Musk changed his profile picture, he said, "Dang! Doge Shades is trending #1. Crypto community is strong." And then Snapchat too also joined into the frenzy with the introduction of the Doge Shades filter on the social media app Snapchat. Why this matters with Musk's tweets are about Dogecoin sometimes have been overwhelming impact on its price. However, the meme cryptocurrency erased the gains it made after Musk's profile photo changed. While the meme cryptocurrency's year-to-date gain stands at an impressive 3,036%, it's down 75.7% from its all-time high of 73 cents, reached in May. Dogecoin is down 7.3 cents during the last 24 hours trading at 17.87 in press time, and now Dogecoin is currently setting at 17.1. It's down 9% so far. Taking a look at it. So Elon with his adding some more Dogecoin, and you got the Bitcoin video, people smashing, rigs. Although there was some good news, says Kathy Wood can't get enough of Bitcoin, and added another 54 million in Square and 14 million in Coinbase. So Kathy Woods led ARK Investment Management on Friday, snapped up 225,937 shares, estimated at about $53.7 million in Square, ramping up its foray into Bitcoin play as the payment company prepares to build a Bitcoin hardware wallet. Shares of Square closed at 1.04% higher at 237.52 on Friday. ARK Invest deployed both ARK Innovation ETF and ARK Next Generation Internet ETF to buy Square shares on Friday, nearly a month after the last trade, when it shed some of the stake in the company. The investment firm also holds stake in Square via the ARK FinTech Innovation ETF. Together, the three ETFs held 7.07 million shares worth $1.66 billion ahead of Friday's trade. Square CEO Jack Dorsey, who also heads Twitter, earlier this month confirmed the payments company is launching a Bitcoin hardware wallet. So there you go, Twitter saying they're going to have a Bitcoin hardware wallet. ARK also snapped up 64,001 shares estimated to be worth about $14.4 million in Coinbase Global, which is its 33rd straight buy in the cryptocurrency exchange since the latter's blockbuster listing on NASDAQ in mid-April. The New York-based investment firm bought the shares via ARK, but also holds stakes in Coinbase via ARK-F and ARK-W. Goldman Sachs earlier this week noted that even if the prices of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies see further dips, Coinbase will continue to benefit from volatility. Some of the other key ARK Invest sells on Friday include Tencent Holdings and Pure Storage, and buys included Quantum C Inc. So there you go. That was all from Friday, so that was just some over the weekend news, but there you go. Kathy got in on Bitcoin, so you got that. And then, then this morning, this article right here came out. It said Coinbase CEO to Dogecoin co-founder. This is the part of why Bitcoin made so many people wealthy. And it says Coinbase global CEO Brian Armstrong took to Twitter to respond to Dogecoin co-founder Jackson Palmer's attack on the crypto industry. It says, all depends on your perspective. If you believe the government should be the solution to the people's problems, then the fiat system with its controls has a lot to offer. According to Armstrong, for those that aren't satisfied with the unintended consequences of government solutions, crypto is a much-needed breath of fresh air. The Coinbase CEO argued that cryptocurrency provides more economic freedom to the average investor across the globe, allowing for an easy point of entry despite the restrictions imposed by existing laws. Accredited investor laws are a good example, said Armstrong. They were created with the best of intentions to protect regular people from scams, a noble idea. But what has been the actual result? They've often made it illegal to get rich via investment unless you're already rich. This is part of why Bitcoin has made so many people wealthy. It was not a security, so regular people could invest early on. He added, Armstrong went on to add that crypto is not going to solve wealth inequality because it's not trying to create the same outcome for everyone. But it does create wealth mobility and more equality of opportunity for everyone. It levels the playing field, at least to some degree. For those that still prefer more control in their financial life, he points to the fiat system which already exists. Crypto is simply providing an alternative for people who want more freedom. Everyone can make their own choice, and that is probably a good thing, he concluded. As a price action at press time, the leading digital asset Bitcoin was trading at $31,300, down 1.3% over the past 24 hours. The rest of the crypto market also traded lower, with the majority losing over 7% over the past 7 days. Boom! Of course, if you look at it now, it's down 3.64%. So, boom. There you go. That is the crypto update. A lot of crypto news. Again, with the market sell-off, there's a lot of crypto news going on right now. As we continue to watch, looks like AMC still sitting at that $31 mark. It's down 9.5% today, and so 31 bucks. If we look at it on the daily chart, you can see the kind of how this line right here didn't seem to be the line. It looks more like the $20. I mean, it is following through here, but it looks like we need to extend that line out to there, and it looks like the $20 maybe inbound. Just saying, maybe inbound. All right, so the big mover today, as of right now, for the session is CYTK. We're taking a look at it. CYTK right now, currently sitting there at 51% on the gain. It actually went up even higher to 29 bucks. I think. Let's see here. The high for the day is 31. So when I went to 31.41, so down just a little, but it's still had a nice run today. Take a look at the previous close, 19 bucks. Check that out. Of course, AEHR is technically, because NRXP just went over it, but AEHR is the number 3 stock, barely, almost, it's flirting with number 2 right now. And it had some news as well today. I do remember I pulled that up as well. Yeah, AEHR bags $10.8 million order from chief silicon carbide test and burn-in customer. It says semiconductor equipment supplier AEHR Test Systems won a $10.8 million single purchase order from its lead silicon carbide test and burn-in customer for multiple Fox XP systems that complete sets of wafer pack contractors to meet their increased productivity capacity needs. This customer is leading Fortune 500 supplier of semiconductor devices with significant customer base in the automotive semiconductor market. These Fox systems and wafer packs are likely to ship within the next 6 months. The follow-on orders for additional Fox XP systems and wafer packs reflect electric vehicle semiconductor test and burn-in demand. As for price action, AEHR shares traded higher by 42.9% at $4.86 the pre-market session on the last check on Monday. And then currently it's up to $4.41 right now. It's the 30%. So it's actually down from what it was pre-market, but it's still up total so far for the day. You can actually see where it had ran up and then kind of came back down from the pre-market. But it's still above that 15, still above that 200, so still doing pretty good. Up almost 30% today. All right, the S&P 500 futures move below the 4,240 mark, level down 2%. All right, it is time for the mid-morning market update. Ladies and gentlemen, following the market opening on Monday, the Dow traded down 2.31% to 33,885, while the Nasdaq fell 1.67% to 14,186. The S&P also fell, dropping 1.94% to 4,243. So we're seeing a market sell-off today as all three indexes are falling. Leading and lagging sectors, consumer staple shares slipped by just 0.4% on Monday. Meanwhile, top gainers of the sector included TDH Holdings, which is actually PETZ, up 10%, and the Kroger Company, which is KR, up 3%. And trading on Monday, energy shares tumbled 4.7%. As for the top headline, Auto Nation Incorporated, otherwise known as AN, reported stronger than expected earnings for its second quarter on Monday. Auto Nation reported quarterly adjusted earnings of $4.83 per share, beating analyst estimates of $2.58 per share. The company's revenue came in at $6.98 billion versus expectations of the $6.02 billion. Auto Nation has reported a $1 billion buyback plan too as well, so keep that in mind. Equities trading up, we had CYTK, we had NRXP, and AEHR. As for equities trading down, we had Red Cat, RCAT was down, you had SXTC, and ALZN. For commodities news, oil traded down 5.1% to $68.16, while gold traded down 0.1% to $1,814. Silver traded down 1.8% Monday to $25.32, while copper fell 2.8% to $4.20. So that is, ladies and gentlemen, your mid-morning market update. And I regret to inform you, everything is down pretty much according to the market. All the indexes are down, gold's down, silver's down, copper's down, everything's down. AMC, though, is getting a George W on the chart. It is trying to head up, which is really good to see right now as it starts to turn back up towards that 200. And we're getting a run on it. And says AMC shares are trading low as renewed. COVID-19 concerns weigh on reopening stocks. The stock is also continuing lower amid profit taking following its recent retail-driven rally. Now, that was sit out, and then bam, it starts moving up. So that was a little bit of a delayed article there. But so yeah, boom, look at it go. AMC moving right now. Moving. Getting a little bit of a rip right here at 10:24 a.m. on this Monday. Yeah, there we go. Moving up. Alright, we got some crypto info coming across. How DeFi enables small investors to access private investments in exotic assets. As we continue to watch AMC and see where it goes, we'll read this article here. It says the total value locked in DeFi protocols has skyrocketed to $53.7 billion from just $2.5 billion a year ago. Most of this growth has been driven by retail investors and traders. Most institutions have started dipping their toes in DeFi. The institutional money into the DeFi ecosystem would boost liquidity and provide better rates. A strong reason retail investors are attracted to crypto and DeFi is that there is no centralized authority with the power to control transactions, but DeFi offers much more than that. DeFi protocols are offering the same products and services as the traditional financial ecosystem, but in a fully digital, decentralized way. They are making their offerings available to everyone at a faster pace and lower cost without any intermediaries, geographical or jurisdictional barriers. Democratizing access to illiquid and exotic assets. One of the DeFi's strongest application lies in democratizing access to illiquid, exotic, and privately held assets that small investors never had access to in traditional finance are now within the reach in DeFi. In traditional finance, most of the high value and exotic assets are not accessible or economical for the masses. It is demolishing the walls erected by TradFi that made it nearly impossible for small investors to access such assets. For example, Convergence Finance is enabling asset owners to tokenize their illiquid and private assets to enjoy the liquidity and instantaneous trades offered by DeFi. Small investors can buy and trade tokens representing real-world assets. To help real-world asset owners bring their assets into DeFi, the Convo token wrapping layer of Convergence Finance creates wrapped security tokens, WSTs, representing the asset. The asset owners have the choice to sell the fractional pieces to traders and investors from around the world. The wrapped security tokens are deposited into a liquidity pool on Convex for trading. The tokens give you a price exposure without the hassles of holding the actual asset. It is similar to how derivative products such as options, futures, and swaps in traditional finance represent an underlying asset. Convergence Finance guarantees that the rights to the asset are transformed to future token buy-ins. As a result, token holders enjoy the benefits of real-world asset exposure from both the on-chain and off-chain perspectives. Small investors can buy tokenized shares of privately held companies like SpaceX on Convergence Finance Convex platform. People who own tokens representing SpaceX shares are guaranteed the price difference in the stock between buy and sell transactions. As for it not being perfect yet, well, DeFi itself is not perfect yet. It's an emerging ecosystem with a lot of shortcomings. Thankfully, DeFi protocols acknowledge the imperfections and are addressing them. Most of the people in the DeFi ecosystem are tech-savvy individuals. People, especially in emerging countries, don't understand how it works and how they can benefit from it. Another hindrance is the low liquidity. DeFi liquidity would improve dramatically when institutional investors, hedge funds, and banks fully embrace it. Recently, the European Central Bank issued $121 million worth of digital bonds on the Ethereum blockchain. It was the first ever multi-dealer-led primary issuance of digitally native tokens using public blockchain technology. DeFi aggregators also help boost liquidity. For example, Convergence Finance has entered into collaboration with DeFi aggregator 1inch Network to boost liquidity on its Convex platform. It also means that users from across the DeFi ecosystem can easily trade private and exotic assets on Convergence via 1inch Network. Conclusion: there is still a long way to go for DeFi, particularly in improving liquidity, making it accessible to the masses, and improving the regulatory frameworks. But the pace at which DeFi protocols are bringing real-world exotic access on the chain, we wouldn't be surprised to see an explosion of such assets on DeFi protocols like Convergence. Boom! Explosion! DeFi! That's right! Decentralized finance. Coming to a city near you.
and sit down.
All right, so I've been changing some changeover for crypto, so that's why I stepped away for just a second there. But taking an update now, AMC continuing upward at 15 went over the 200. It's at $34 now, so we're doing pretty good on AMC on a recovery so far today, which is looking nice. Looks like GameStop is in sympathy with it as well, so the Reddit meme stocks are working today. The apes are working strong on this Monday to get it back to where we need to be. And so if you look at it, we open at $32.95 on the open today on AMC. And so let me refresh this. So yeah, we opened on $32.95 with a low of 31. Currently a high of 34.39. We're still down 2% off that previous close of 34.96. So we're headed back up. So once we pass that previous close, we'll get back into the green here. Hopefully get up towards that $37 mark, back up to that, that back into that channel. As for an update, CYTK still the top session mover today. A 46%. It's at $28 right now. Of course, it is down from where it was, so it's come back, had a little bit of a pullback. Getting close to that 200 with the 15, maybe a little bounce off and continue back up. So maybe watch for that going in the near future. AEHR still number 3. It's sitting there at 36.41% on AEHR. But like I said, right now the focus is on AMC. And can it get to that $37 mark? Let's watch. Let's see on AMC. All right, so Wayfair shares are trading higher amid increased concerns over the COVID-19 Delta variant. The company produces home furniture and saw its stock soar during the transition to remote work in 2020. So the stock is actually up today, up 5.39%. Also, AMD getting the news. AMD Radeon RX 6600 XT and non-XT launching on August 11th. There, according to Fundzilla. So that's coming out. So AMD's getting some news out there. I did see, I think NVIDIA even also posted something out there about something that they're launching. And let me see. This says NVIDIA paves the way for RTX GPU Chromebooks with new ARM demo variety. So they were doing something as well. So NVIDIA and AMD both putting some news out today on in their respective markets. So there you go. All right, AMC just went green. Boom. Yes. Nice. Gotta tweet that out. Alright, it's funny. I was literally just talking about NVIDIA and it pops across. Says NVIDIA shares are trading higher, possibly in anticipation of the stock trading on a split-adjusted basis tomorrow. The company also recently unveiled a demo at the Game Developers Conference. Also, CCIV is getting some option alerts. Churchill Capital option alert for January 2023. $22.50 calls. Currently, CCIV sitting there at $22.44, so they're saying, hey, just out the money, go ahead and get it. All right. Jay says, remember the conspiracy about Wayfair human trafficking? Google it. Let's see. UTS. It's quiet. It's quiet in the chat today. It is. It's quiet. It's a Monday. I think people are still freaking out over the weekend, but still kind of recovering. Whatever. Who knows? They might be recovering, Jason. But yes, it is quiet in the chat today. But there's not a lot going on. The market is just kind of like eh. You've only got a few things moving for the most part. I do see one that was talked about earlier, PETZ. Starting to kind of move up the chart a little bit. Let's take a look at it. TDH, yeah. Look at that, you could have got in there this morning and just rode that bad boy right on up. TDH holding pets. And then, but yeah, I hear you. I know I've been kind of busy. I changed some crypto stuff over a minute ago. It takes a few minutes, and then and my wife was messaging me. She's going over to check out because the place that we're picking up that stuff at, they're sitting there. She's like a few minutes from it, so on her lunch break, she's gonna go over and check it out and see what it looks like, and just kind of get some ideas on how we can load it, unload, and so forth and so on. All the stuff that we got to pick up on Wednesday. So anyway, oh, Juan's in here. Yo, we were talking about it being quiet in the chat. Then all of a sudden, Juan comes in with the, it's fugly out there today. Juan, how you doing, man? What you been up to? GLG, let's take a look at GLG. GLG. Yeah. That's part of Jason's challenge right there. GLG. He's put $10 in and he's gonna just try to grow within a year. Let's see here. One says, I didn't trade you in, just decided to actually work while I'm at work, so I had to shut off YouTube. Hey, I get it, Juan, I get it, 100%, it's all good. Hey, the market's been kind of, like you said, the market's been kind of blah for a little bit anyway. We've just been waiting for everything. Even the crypto market's taking a hit pretty hardcore right now, so, I mean, we're all just kind of like sitting there and just kind of, you know, waiting for our stuff to kind of come back. I mean, we had some stuff that was doing good and then bam, we got punched in the face, man. The market punched us on a correction. We went through that market correction right now. I'm telling you, a little pullback. But I think second half of the year, we're going to end up making bank. I just got that feeling that we're going to start taking off. It's going to happen. All right, so President Biden's going to deliver remarks on the economy shortly via a live stream. Let's, you know what? Let's watch it. Let's see it because it's talking about economy. Let's see where we're going to be at. Since it is kind of a slow day, I want to see what's going on. So let's pull this up. Pause the sound here. Oh, I don't want to hear that. Ah! Darn ads, man, every time. Alright, so let's see what President Biden has to say about the economy. I want to see where we're at. I've been doing some research on it anyway. And, like, you know, just crunching numbers and things like that. So I'm really curious to see, like, what he says. Because I know they're really trying to do some work right now to get that all figured out right now. So, especially in the freight side of things, they were having some trouble moving some things into the port. Say they couldn't get. So my buddy works in the trucking industry. Say they can't get trucks to go into the port because nobody's wanting to go. And one, you might have some information on that. You're out there in Cali, but. Yeah, they say they're having trouble getting some of the ships to come into port there in LA, and that there's this sitting, and typically it takes like 1 to 2 days to unload, but they're taking like 8 to 15 days because they can't get the trucks to come in. They said that some of the truck companies, they got like 2,000 like jobs available. That they're just trying to hire people. They just can't find the drivers. Nobody wants to. They said nobody wants to work. But I think what it is, in my opinion, I think some of them drivers found the remote work from home stuff last year during COVID. I think they found that because if you look at the numbers of how many people were like on unemployment versus how many people more people are doing the remote work, because the remote work almost doubled. And so if you do the math, I would say that a big majority of the people that were on unemployment, they left and went to remote working. It's insane. It's insane. So I think that might have something to do with it. I think, you know, some of the people that lost their jobs last year or whatever, they went and they just found other routes and they're not going back, you know? Because I think you got to think about it. If you're a truck driver, and you're on the road, you're away from your family, there's always that thing of being away from your family, right? And then you get the opportunity to work from home, be closer to your family, odds are you're probably going to leave that truck driving job. So I'm just saying. And so they're having trouble. So in return, some of these like suppliers and places that, you know, these vendors, because there's not a lot of supply, the demand's going a little higher for it, so they're increasing their pricing or whatever. Because also, they're having to pay the companies, the shipping companies, you know, money, like for every day that sits there and doesn't move. So it's costing them more money to move per shipment, and then the demand is higher, so the prices are going up. And that's mainly because they're having an issue in the supply chain right now. And that's what we're seeing right now, the supply chain. So I might have something to do with it, but I'm going to pull this across. This is a Washington Post video. It's a live feed, so as soon as they go live, we'll have it. I just want to see, you know, typically I don't pull these up, but since it's economy driven related, I definitely want to see what he says. You know, so give me a second here. No. Oh, I gotta turn the crypto thing off here. Then I'm gonna drag this over. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. We shall see what Biden says here really serious. So once that goes live, I'll click the I'll click over here and bam bam wham bam, thank you ma'am, turn on the audio, we'll be able to listen to it. I don't know, I'm just curious if you've seen anything, if you guys are hearing anything or like seeing any reflection whatsoever in some of the supply chain, if you've seen any of that. right. Jason said, just got a notification about Robinhood's pre-IPO sale. Yeah, they're getting closer and closer on that IPO. According to CNN's article, CNN Business here, it says Robinhood could soon be worth $35 billion. The booming yet controversial trading app said Monday it plans to raise up to $2.3 billion in an initial public offering. Robinhood, which plans to list on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol HOOD, anticipates selling shares for between $38 and $42 a piece. That translates to a market valuation between $27 billion and $35 billion, assuming Robinhood's underwriters exercise their full option to buy shares. That would make Robinhood more valuable than about 2/3 of the S&P 500, putting it somewhere near Yum Brands, Corning, and HP. Despite a series of controversies, Robinhood is likely to be a hot IPO because it's growing rapidly as retail investors pile into the stock market boom. Robinhood's revenue spiked 245% to $959 million last year, allowing the trading app to make a small profit. The founders in control of the IPO will leave Robinhood CEO and co-founder Vlad Tenev and co-founder Bahu Bhatt with heavy influence over the company. Robinhood plans to sell 52 million shares in the IPO. Tenev and Bhatt are also selling another 2.6 million shares in the deal. After the IPO closes, all Class B shares will be owned by Tenev and Bhatt. Tenev will control about 7.9% of Robinhood's outstanding stock, as well as 26.2% of the voting power of the outstanding stock, according to the filings. Bhatt, now the chief creative officer and director, will hold 7.9% economic interest and 39% of the voting power. The IPO comes despite a flurry of legal and public relations troubles for Robinhood. The company's business model is under scrutiny from regulators following the GameStop trading saga. Critics argue that Robinhood's resilience on payment or for order flow, where it receives revenue for routing trades to high-speed traders, is rife with conflicts of interest. Last month, Robinhood was slapped with the largest ever fine from Wall Street's self-regulator over allegations it misled investors. Robinhood recently reached a settlement with the family of Alexander Kearns, a 20-year-old trader who died by suicide, by the way, in 2020, after seeing a negative balance of $730,000 in his Robinhood account and mistakenly believed he owed that amount. So there you go. Gonna have the ticker symbol HOOD. That's right. Robin Hood is going to be Hood. Maybe in the hood. Are you in the hood? Because I'm out the hood. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I might be short the hood. Just saying. Shorty's going to short. Jay says, if you can get in on pre-IPO, could be a good scalp. Yeah, I don't know. I just, I don't know if I can support the company, you know? Like, I feel like if I support that company, I'm putting a knife in the back of all the AMC apes out there. You know what I mean? I just have that, you know, I have that, like, I can't support a company that I do not think makes good choices. Oh, I'm starting to see some splashes of green showing up, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, seeing some green on AI, seeing some green on Cinedigm, seeing some green on Savara, and some green on WiseKey. Now, granted, overall, it's still down a little, but there is green for the day showing up. Uh-oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, President Biden coming in hot and heavy. As soon as he comes out and starts talking, I will mute the audio, turn it up. I want to hear what Biden has to say about the economy and where we stand currently. Yeah, we got the camera crew up in here. Look at them. They're ready to go. They're like, yeah, we about to broadcast this out. Look at it. All right, so here's the deal in the camera crew, right? You can be the guy that stands there and holds the camera and looks at it and sees it, or you can be this guy, right? This dude's the beast. He's got to stand there and he's got to hold that boom mic the whole time to get all the audio. You know what I mean? He's got to do the hard work. He's got to do the hard work. There we go. President Biden.
I think it's a fitting moment to take a look at our economy, where we were 6 months ago, what we've achieved since then, and what I believe I believe where we're headed. Before I took office, there were a lot of folks out there making some pretty bold predictions about how things would turn out. You might remember some of the predictions that if I became president, we'd, quote, see a depression, the likes of which we've never seen, end of quote. Well, it's true that the economy was sputtering before I got here, adding only 60,000 jobs per month for 3 months before I was sworn in. But now, 6 months later, we've changed that. We've gone from 60,000 jobs per month to 60,000 jobs every 3 days. More than 600,000 jobs per month since it took office. More than 3 million new jobs all told. That's the fastest growth, I'm told, at this point in any administration's history. Another prediction, that is my favorite one, I must add, is that if I got elected, I'd bring the end to capitalism. I never understood that one, but we've heard an awful lot. Well, in 6 months into my administration, the U.S. economy has experienced the highest economic growth rate in nearly 40 years. And we know we knew that we needed to launch a wartime effort to get the America vaccinated and pass a powerful American Rescue Plan. We did both those things. And now the forecasters have doubled their projections for growth this year in the economy to 7% or higher. In fact, the U.S. is the only developed country in the world where growth projections today are stronger than they were before the pandemic hit. At the same time, companies across the country are giving workers a raise, unusual thing. And the number of new unemployment claims has been cut by more than half since I took office. And by the way, 2 weeks ago, I issued a major executive order promoting fair and open competition, which is the cornerstone of American capitalism. Banning non-compete clauses, that's suppress workers' wages, lowering the price of things like hearing aids, prescription drugs, internet service, along with dozens of other actions. Folks, it turns out capitalism is alive and very well. We're making serious progress to ensure that it works the way it's supposed to work, for the good of the American people. So for all those predictions of doom and gloom 6 months in, here's where we stand. Record growth, record job creation, workers getting hard-earned breaks. Look, we brought this economy back from the brink, and we've designed our strategy not only to provide for a temporary boost, but to lay the foundation for a long-term boom that brings everyone along. You know, that's why we designed the American Rescue Plan, to help not just all those, everyone at once, but over the course of a full year and beyond. So we could help families and small businesses weather the ups and downs as the economy recovers from a historic pandemic, and there are going to be ups and downs. We saw a great example of that just last week. For the first time, monthly payments began going out to nearly every working family raising a child in the United States of America. Thanks to the expanded child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, $300 a month going out for each child under the age of 6, and $250 for every child 6 through 17. Every month for the next 6 months, with more coming in the spring. That money is a game changer. For some, it's a lifesaver. Think of the single mom struggling to put food on the table each month. The parent has to tell their kid, I'm sorry, honey, but we can't afford those dance classes. Or the sports team you want to play in this fall, we can't do it. You know, they can't wait for the credit against their taxes to be coming next year as a tax credit. They need cash in their pockets today. For families with the least, this money will do the most, dramatically reducing child poverty in America. And for millions of middle-class families, it'll give them a little bit of breathing room every month. That's just one example of how we're building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. But despite that progress, we cannot afford to be complacent. We know that our economic recovery hinges on getting the pandemic under control. You know, and by fully vaccinating 160 million Americans, or 80% of our seniors, we've fundamentally changed the course of the pandemic from one that threatens all Americans to a disease that has the most severe impacts only on the unvaccinated people in the country. But we can't let up, especially since and because of the Delta variant, which is more transmissible and more dangerous. Unfortunately, Cases are now rising, particularly in communities with very low vaccination rates. Just 4 states account for nearly 40%, 4 states, 40% of all cases last week. Virtually all hospitalizations and deaths are occurring among unvaccinated Americans. These tragedies are avoidable. The data couldn't be clearer. If you're fully vaccinated, you have a high degree of protection against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. If you're unvaccinated, you are not protected. So please, please get vaccinated. Get vaccinated now. It works. It's safe. It's free. It's convenient. You know, this virus doesn't have to hold you back any longer. It doesn't have to hold our economy back any longer. But the only way we put it behind us is if more Americans get vaccinated. We also know that as our economy has come roaring back, we've seen some price increases. Some folks have raised worries that this could be a sign of persistent inflation. But that's not our view. Our experts believe, and the data shows, that most of the price increases we've seen were expected and are expected to be temporary. Reality is you can't flip the global economic light back on and not expect this to happen. As demand returns, there's going to be global supply chain challenges. We've seen that in semiconductors, which are used in automobiles. That global shortage has slowed vehicle production, creating a temporary spike in car prices. That's a real challenge. My administration will do everything we can to address it. But again, these disruptions are temporary. Lumber prices are another example. They spiked early in our recovery, but in recent weeks, they began to fall. They've fallen by more than 50%. In the hospitality industry, prices are returning to where they used to be. Economists call all these things transitory effects, and they account for about 60% of the price increases we've seen over the last few months. Now, I want to be clear. My administration understands that if we were to ever experience unchecked inflation over the long term, that would pose a real challenge to our economy. So while we're confident that isn't what we're seeing today, we're going to remain vigilant about any response that is needed. As I made clear to Chairman Powell of the Federal Reserve when we met recently, the Fed is independent. It should take whatever steps it deems necessary to support a strong, durable economic recovery. But whatever different views some might have on current price increases, we should be united in one thing: passage of the bipartisan infrastructure framework, which we shook hands on. And my Build Back Better plan will be a force for achieving lower prices for Americans looking ahead. It's another reason why the investments are so important. If we make prudent multi-year investments in better roads, bridges, transit systems, and high-speed internet, in a modern, resilient electric grid, here's what will happen. It breaks up the bottlenecks in our economy. Goods get to consumers more rapidly and less expensively. Small businesses create and innovate much more seamlessly. If we increase the availability of quality, affordable child care, elder care, paid leave, more people will enter the workforce. These steps will enhance our productivity, raising wages without raising prices. That won't increase inflation. It will take the pressure off of inflation, give a boost to our workforce, which leads to lower prices in the years ahead. So if your primary concern right now is inflation, you should be even more enthusiastic about this plan. And as we promote fair competition in our economy through the executive order I mentioned, it will drive down prices even further. New businesses will get in the game, competing against those giant corporations who have been free to ramp up prices because they haven't had any real competition. Look, the bottom line is this. What the best companies do, and what we as a country should do, is make smart, sustainable investments with appropriate financing to make this nation more productive, to advance America's leadership in clean energy, to win the jobs of the future, while meeting the threat of climate change. and ensure that all working Americans benefit from the growth they're helping produce. The independent experts who have analyzed my plans have found that they would do just that, expand output and enable millions of Americans to enter the labor workforce. Now, just this year, not just for the next, but not just this year, but for decades in the future. It's not temporary. This is the best strategy to create millions of jobs and lift up the middle-class families and grow wages and keep prices affordable for the long term. What we can't do is go back to the same old trickle-down theories that gave us nearly $2 trillion in deficit finance corporate tax giveaways. It did nothing to make our economy more productive or resilient. The same people who cheered on that approach are now telling us it isn't a problem if big companies have actually to compete for workers and offer them a fair wage with some dignity. I could not disagree more. We can't go back to the old failed thinking. We need to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, as I said before. The investments I'm proposing are investments the American people want and investments that our country needs. And if we get this done, a wide range of independent forecasters project that it will have an incredibly significant impact on GDP and jobs, good-paying jobs with prevailing wages. And a majority of these jobs will go to people without a college degree. I've said it before, and it's true. This is a blue-collar blueprint for building an American economy back. Simply put, we can't afford not to make these investments. And we're going to pay for them responsibly as well, by ensuring that our largest corporations, and the very wealthiest among us, pay their fair share, by reforming our international tax system with a minimum global tax, which we've led the world to agree to. Let me close with this. When I arrived in office, it had been a long time since the government had worked for the people. Things had been great for big corporations and folks at the top. Those 55 major corporations that paid zero in income tax while making billions in profits, they had no complaints. When I took office, I made a commitment to the American people, that we're going to change that paradigm. So working families could have a fighting chance again to get a good education, to get a good job and a raise, to take care of the elderly parent or the child with a disability, and still be able to go out and earn a good living. To stop losing hours of their lives stuck in traffic because the streets are crumbling or waiting for slow, spotty internet to connect them to the world. That's what the economy we're building is all about. That's why we passed the American Rescue Plan. And that's why we need an investment in the bipartisan infrastructure framework and my Build Back Better plan. Our economy's come a long way over the last 6 months. Can't slow down now. We can make this boom we're experiencing today one that will ensure that all Americans have an opportunity to share in it for years to come. And we can show the world that American democracy can deliver for the people. I look forward to continuing to build this economy. I'm incredibly optimistic about what we're going to be able to build together in the next 6 months and years to come. Thank you all for listening, and may God bless you, and I'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, you said last week that companies and platforms like Facebook are killing people by letting
Let me do precisely what I said. I'm glad you asked me that question. One, I had just read that on the Facebook pointed out that it was pointed out that Facebook, of all the misinformation, 60% of the misinformation came from 12 individuals. That's what the article said. So I was asked that question about what do I think is happening. Facebook isn't killing people. These 12 people are out there giving misinformation. Anyone listening to it is getting hurt by it. It's killing people. It's bad information. My hope is that Facebook, instead of taking it personally, that somehow I'm saying Facebook is killing people, that they would do something about the misinformation, the outrageous misinformation about the vaccine. That's what I meant.
Have they done enough, in your opinion, to stop
I haven't, to be completely honest with you, I don't know if they did anything today. Up to over the weekend, I don't think they had, but I don't know. I don't know the answer to that
Will
question.
you hold them accountable if they don't do more to stop the
I'm,
spread?
when you say hold accountable, I just want to, I'm not trying to hold people accountable. I'm trying to make people look at themselves, look in the mirror. Think about that misinformation going to your son, your daughter, your relative, someone you love. That's what I'm asking, all the way in the back.
Thank you, Mr. President. At what point would you consider inflation unchecked to a point at which you would either consider taking action or you would want to see the Fed takes action? And secondly, why do you believe that the budget bill is appropriate legislation for a pathway to citizenship?
Well, first of all, I think we need to find pathways to citizenship. The budget bill is an appropriate way to get around the filibuster to be able to make a judgment as to whether or not they should have a pathway. That's for the parliamentarian to decide, though, not for Joe Biden to decide. The first question, part of the question was?
It was on inflation. You mentioned unchecked
Yeah,
inflation.
there's nobody suggesting there's unchecked inflation on the way. No serious economist. That's totally different. I mean, look, the stock market is higher than it has been in all of history, even when it's down this month. Even down this month. Now, I don't look at the stock market as a means by which to judge the economy like my predecessor did. But he'd be talking to me every day for the last 5 months about how the stock market is so high, higher than any time in history, still higher than any time in history. So that's not how I judge whether or not we have economic growth.
Mr. President, on China and cyber hacking.
She jumps up before you do.
Effectively, your administration is naming and shaming China, but no sanctions. Why, and is that effective enough?
They're still determining exactly what happened. The investigation is not finished. Thank you all very much.
I'm trying real quick. What is your understanding of the biggest difference between what they've done versus what Russia's done in terms of cyber hacking?
That'd take a longer explanation.
We have all the time in the world. Okay.
No, we don't. I have to go see the King of Jordan.
Just one quick follow-up on Dreamer.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, and I'm getting a report tomorrow morning on this, a detailed report, my understanding is that the Chinese government, not unlike the Russian government, is not doing this themselves, but are protecting those who are doing it, and maybe even accommodating them being able to do it. That may be the difference. Thank you.
Mr. President.
All right. So, like, everybody's going to ask the 90 questions they want answered. He's trying to walk out. And someone said, hey, what about the Olympics? We're talking about the economy, not the Olympics. Come on, people. That person must have been from Sports Illustrated. They were like, they're like, I need to know what's going on with the Olympics. Help me out here. Help me answer my question. All right. So Jason says, I think he skipped basic economics 101. He said, if you have to pay employees more, the prices for goods will increase no matter what the program the government puts in place. Well, actually, you could be wrong on that, because here's the thing. The government has the power to do sanctions and all kinds of stuff, right? They have the power to do things, right? And at the end of the day, the only reason why the company, I mean, think about it this way. I believe, was it Jimmy Carter that froze gas prices? So don't tell me the government has the power to do something, right? They can do what they want if they really, truly want to do it. It just boils down to, at the end of the day, if companies have to pay employees more, I get you, 100%. But the companies are the ones that are going to raise the prices, right, for goods. And if they have to pay more, so at the end of the day, you know, they are the one that get to make the decision on that. Because here's the deal: companies have the power to pay their employees more and keep their employees happy. So here's the thing. Think of Adam Aron, the CEO of AMC. He literally said on one of the interviews one time that if it meant him getting a pay cut to make sure, I believe they said it. I don't know. Don't quote me on this. All right, I'm gonna say it perfectly. But if he had to take a pay cut for something to make sure that things were done correctly in his company or people were paid for or whatever, that he would do that, right? So at the end of the day, the people at the top of those companies are the ones who determine basically everything, right? Determine, hey, this is my cost. This is the profit I want to make. This is this. At the end of the day, if it boiled down to taking a little bit of a cut from their own pocket to give it to their employees would be happier. They would come to work more, and they would do more for that company, right? So at the end of the day, it's still, it all boils down to the numbers game, right? It's a numbers game. It boils down at that person at the top gets to make that decision, right? If they want to increase and add that on. You could say, hey, I could take it out of my pocket, or I could take it out of the customer's pocket. Most people are greedy, right? No offense, but greed is greed. People have greed. Like, I want to make as much money as possible, right? Like 100%. 100%. But then you got to think of it at the end of the day. Like, is your company going to survive, right? If you don't pay your employees more, are they going to get mad and leave? Like, so there's a lot of different factors you got to take into place outside of just, the whole, if you pay your employees more, the cost of goods will increase. So there's a lot of mitigating factors in the middle of that, right? But ideally, you would think, with common sense, that if you are paying more money, you're going to add that cost to whatever goods it is, and then that good and cost is going to end up increasing, right? And then taking those people that were making, taking us back to square one. Because here's the deal. If the employees are making more, cost of goods go up, and they're paying for it, it's as if they're paying for the same thing they were paying for before. It's a cycle, right? Because it's like the how much I made versus how much I spent. That's at the end of the day. But there are ways that they can go around all that. There are ways. It's just a matter of what they're doing and what steps they're taking to make sure that happens. But again, and what most people are saying, and one thing that I've been reading into, and it's funny because he said it on there, and then they actually talked about it previously or whatever. I read an article, somebody else wrote out an article saying that this thing is transitionary. So basically, meaning like they're just doing a temporary transition of inflation, that it's not going to be a long-term effect, that it's a short-term effect. And that, like, he used the example lumber, which is so funny that he said, because some of this stuff I've actually heard people talk about. Like, I was actually talking about doing some work this past weekend with my father, doing some work on our house or whatever, and he says right now it would be bad. Lumber prices just dropped tremendously compared to what they were. And that's so funny that he said that, because then here Biden comes out and says, hey, look, we had the same thing with lumber, and then lumber came down. So he's saying, hey, y'all need to just calm down, get vaccinated, everything get open back up, and they get back to normal, right? So it's like, that's like gas prices. People use gas prices as an example, which I think is actually crazy. You cannot use gas prices as an example. There's no possible way to use gas prices. I hear people always say, oh, gas price is expensive, gas price is expensive, gas price. Well, of course, if you compare it to 2020, it's going to feel expensive. Why? Because 2020, if you know anything about oil and OPEC and what happened in WTI in West Texas or anything last year, you would know that they stopped pumping oil because they had to store so much of it. And so they shut down oil wells. A lot of people don't realize when you shut down an oil well, that costs money, right? Every day that's not running. So what they did was the oil companies took big major hit. Why? They had to lay people off because, hey, now these oil pumps aren't pumping. Why? Because they have too much oil and they had to store it, and people weren't driving. So if people aren't driving because they're stuck at home due to the pandemic, now what do we do with all this oil we have? Nobody's buying it. Guess what? If you look back at oil, there was one day where oil went negative. You could get free barrels of oil, technically. Not technically, but the way it was set up, that's how it worked. But anyway, so at the end of the day, oil last year. You go, if you did do any driving, you're like, oh man, this gas price is great. Oh, gas price is awesome. And then, you know, you had the president come out, you know, Donald Trump. No offense to anybody who likes Donald Trump, but hey, Donald Trump came out and said, hey, gas prices are all-time low because I'm the president. No, it's not. They're not an all-time low because you're a president. They're all-time low because the pandemic hit and they're not pumping oil out. It's all being stored. Well, I just seen an article yesterday that OPEC agreed to start pumping more oil again. Why? Because they're starting to use up the supply that they had. Slowly using that supply up over a year's time. You know, well over a year. Now they've had to not pump. They just, you know, so now they're starting to turn those oil wells back on. So guess what happens, right? Now we're not using all that oil that was just sitting there. People are starting to drive now, so they're having to put more oil out. Well, guess what? Supply and demand, ladies and gentlemen. Demand's getting higher. Supply's starting to decrease. Guess what happens to the price? It goes up. And FYI, it's not like we're paying too much more than we were paying pre-pandemic anyway. If you go back to even before the pandemic, I mean, gas prices for like ever since, that I can remember around here have been around $3 a gallon, two something to $3 a gallon. So like it seems like the summertime it goes up over $3, and then you know, then we get to a little bit of the winter time. Sometimes I feel like it gets down, you know, spring. It's just different cycles of the year, right? So sometimes you'll get it where it's 2 something, sometimes you get it 3. It just depends on the price upward and downward of how the cost per barrel. But at the end of the day, that has nothing to do with inflation. Absolutely nothing. So like anybody that uses that and says, oh, well, gas prices are expensive. Nope, that's not inflation. It has nothing to do with inflation. It has everything to do with who's pumping oil and what and how much supply and demand we had. You know, like I hear people say, oh, milk's going to be $7 a gallon. I'm sorry, milk will never, probably ever in the history of my life, be $7 a gallon. Milk has been like $2 to $3 a gallon for like ever that I know of. I mean, seriously, like, come on, man, y'all are freaking out because all of a sudden the supply chain got jacked. That's what happened. It's 100% the supply chain. It has nothing to do with anything. And it's so funny. We were talking about it. He even mentions it in there. And I was talking to a buddy. It's because the products that are coming in, that's being imported, they can't move it. Because they don't have that many people working those jobs anymore. Why? Because they're going to work from home jobs. And if you listen to Joe Biden, he's literally said that he's building in America with faster internet, more online jobs to try to help things move faster. Now, when he says online jobs, all right, that's people working from home. Think about that, right? Or the majority of your jobs, all right, and he wants to build, faster rail. He's talking about rail, talking about, you know, the places and stuff like that. Like, stuff is going to start going to, I mean, look at the Hyperloop that's coming out. Look at the things that are coming out. The Hyperloop thing is with Elon Musk and Richard Branson. That right there is literally a train system that can move, like, cargo at the snap of a finger, man. It's like, and just shoot. And these things go through tunnels, they move around, and they're all controlled. And if they end up running where there's a couple of them close together, they literally like magnetize and they go together. And then when they get to a point where they have to break off, they just break off. They have the technology that they don't need a person to sit there and pull a lever. It automatically just does it, right? And our computer systems are getting stronger. Artificial intelligence is insane. We have machine learning. We have all this stuff to make things move. So then you're sitting there and you're thinking about, we're going from the ways of old. We're going from the ways of the world where you used to drive to a job and you worked your job, you did some work, and then you went home and you got paid for it, right? The problem is a big portion of America is not ready for change. They're not ready for that transition because they're so used to it. They're not used to the new way of living. It's almost like, again, I use the example a lot. It's like the person who never had a smartphone, who always had that old school flip phone, and then they said, oh, I'll never use all that, and then they get a smartphone and they realize how much they love it, right? So it's the the grass is greener on the other side. You gotta get there first, and to get there it takes time, because a lot of a lot of people, they jump, they freak out when they get change. It's like, oh man, oh, everything's bad all of a sudden. Well, yes, it's going to be. I honestly, I even think if Trump was still in office right now, it wouldn't have mattered. I think you're still gonna have the same issue you would have had. Gas prices still be where they're at right now. Why? Because that's nothing to do with inflation. We're still where we'd be at right now. Because people would notice last year they got that taste of that work from home job. Companies are transitioning. Think about this. I can buy a machine that I can pay for to have it serviced to do one thing. Say I wanted to make a product. This machine costs me this much to make a product, and it only costs me about this much to service it every so often. I only have to pay 1 or 2 people to service it. Alright, if I didn't have that machine, I would have to pay a salary for about 50 other people, alright? Which is probably more than what it would cost for that machine, and for the service that... And there's a chance that a human error could get involved and they jack something up, which then cost me more money because they messed up. Where this machine is going to do it right every time the exact same way. It's robotics. And people are like, oh, wait, hold on a second. How we need to create jobs. How we can create jobs? We got robotics. 100%. Jobs are going to change. It's not going to be the go to the factory and work on this type of job. You're going to have people that learn how to service those machines. So if you're somebody, and I've been telling people this for a while that I know personally, if you're somebody that's in a industrial or factory related job, you need to start getting on a computer. You need to start playing with it. You need to start learning everything that you can learn about a computer. You need to start learning about how to maintenance stuff with robotics, what they are, what those terms mean, and learn as much as possible, because that's going to be the job boom of the future. Is servicing technology. It's going to be delivering things to, and again, they're starting to cut out deliveries. They're going to start doing those drones that they come in and land. They might have somebody sitting in a computer manning that. You sit back and you make sure that it goes where it's supposed to go, and then it lands, just like the military does with all of the stuff that's flying up in the sky that they use. You know what I mean? So I think what people are doing is they're jumping to conclusions, and they're not realizing that there is a change that's happening. And this isn't something that I've personally just all of a sudden came up with, right? If you know me personally, you can ask my wife, I've been saying that this was going to be an issue 5 to 6, 7 years ago. Me and my wife's been together almost a decade, and I've been talking about the robotics and how people were going to lose jobs and how everything was going to transition in the whole world. People are going to freak out, right? Like the end of the day, oh my god, we can't do this, So, again, that's the reason why it's going up. And personally, I don't think it's so much inflation as it is supply chain issues. And I think if you take the supply chain issue away, you don't have the inflation that everybody's talking about. I mean, look at Arizona. Arizona's like $13 minimum wage, and they have one of the better cost of living places to live in the entire country. They have literally one of the highest payout for a job per hour out there for minimum wage, and yet the cost of living is way, way down. So, it goes to show you, they've transitioned to that over time. I get it. People are like, oh, it's a desert, it's Arizona, but it's still a place to live. You know what I mean? It's all a matter of supply, where you live, demand, things there's a lot of factors that come in. And I think people are just freaking out a little too quickly, right? You jump into conclusions. I always say this, give the man his due. Now, here's the deal. Was I ever a fan of Trump? Probably not, right? I never was. I never was a huge fan of him, and I'll tell you that again. Why? Because I just didn't like the way he handled himself or conducted business, right? I wasn't a fan of that. I didn't watch The Apprentice. I wasn't a Trump fan from the get, all right? None of that. honestly, I just recently realized Donald Trump was actually in The Little Rascals, which is one of my favorite movies. I never noticed it before. Why? Because he was in a scene for like a minute. And then all of a sudden, boom, you see him now, and you're like, oh, wow, hey, look, who's in The Little Rascals? You go back and watch that movie from years ago. But that's what I'm saying. Like I wasn't the man that followed him a lot. I knew what I had known of the man prior to his Apprentice stuff when he got popular with that was that apparently he owned a hotel in Atlantic City. Me and my family went to Atlantic City when I was a kid. We was visiting there. We went to like Statue of Liberty, all that jazz. I seen New York from a distance and whatever. But he had the Taj Mahal there. That's the only reason. That's the only way I would have ever known who he was prior to. But regardless, what I'm saying though is at the end of the day, I think that it didn't matter who came in. We were going to still have that problem because it had nothing to do with who was running the country, and it had everything to do with what hit us last year, and that was called COVID-19, and it was a pandemic, and people died, the world stopped, and nobody knew what to do. And at the end of the day, it's kind of like it's kind of like 2008. The market crashed, everything went down, and guess what? We survived. And guess what happened? We slowly got better, right? We got better. It took time, but we got better. So, I said the same thing about Donald Trump when he started. Look, I may not have been on the Donald Trump train, but you know what I said? And you can ask some of my friends. I said, you know what? He's the president. I give him every opportunity to do what he's got to do. But in the same thing, I say about Joe Biden. You know what? Whether you agree with it or not, give him the opportunity. He's the president. Maybe all of a sudden something happens and everything corrects and it gets better and everybody goes, wow, you know what? I was like thinking against it, and now all of a sudden I believe in it. But I can tell you, excuse me, man, I drink of water. But I can tell you, no one man can fix everything overnight. No one man. But if people work together, things can be accomplished, and things can get better. All right, excuse me. With that being said, I'm getting a phone call that I have to answer. So, y'all, I'm actually going to go take lunch. I'm going to let the dogs out and so forth and so on. And then I'll come back after lunch. Hopefully my voice will be there. Man, it's all of a sudden. Hit me. Bam! It's like someone went. But I'll be back. All right, we'll keep an eye on it. AMC currently sitting at $33, down 5% on the day. So, GameStop currently at $170.33. It's up 0.76%. We'll keep an eye on it. Top session mover today, CYTK, and followed closely by NRXP. All right, y'all. Corey, I'll be back. Keep the meter ready.
and sit down.
All right, I'm back. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I can actually talk now. Like earlier when I left, I don't know what happened. I just all of a sudden, I got to that like my throat was gone. I was like, oh my God, I'm losing my voice. I'm losing my voice. I'm back in action now. I'm good to go. All right. Anyway. What did we miss? Let's see. As we are currently, ladies and gentlemen, just a little over 2 hours away from market close. Last couple hours of the day here. And AMC sitting flat right now at about 33 bucks. Down 5.52%. So we went up a little while. Like we were gonna, like we started to turn green, and then we just kind of flattened out through the lunch break there. Hopefully we'll get a second run here into the afternoon hours here. But the GameStop currently at 170.22, up 0.70%. GLG, we were following it, yes, because why? Because Jason was in on it, yeah, on GLG, and it's up 5% right now at $1.06 on that. As for the big mover right now, it is NRXP. NRX Pharmaceuticals is the big one at 55%. It actually went up even higher than where it's at right now. It went all the way up, ladies and gentlemen, to $14.93, up to almost 15 bucks there. It's now $13.34 right now. On NRXP. Some of the other ones that we've been following, DLPN's up 2% today. WiseKey's up 1.3%. PLTR showing some green, 0.04. And as of right now, that seems to be about the only green in our show stocks that's showing up, ladies and gentlemen. Everything else seeming to be pretty red. As for the crypto market, other than Hex, it is red. 2% down on, or 2.7 on Bitcoin, 4.28 on Ethereum, Litecoin down 4.5, Doge down 5.5, BNB down 7%, and then you got Shiba Inu down, and it's down 7%. There you go. Even some of our other cryptos are down right now. I mean, you look at Olive Cash. Olive Cash is down. It was up to almost 30 cents. It was at 30 cents last week, I believe, at one point, and now it's at 23 cents, so it's lost 7 cents. And just over the weekend, it's took a little bit of a dive, a little bit. Safe Moods at the 2, and let's see, Feg Token's at 3. I told you, Feg Token's so cheap right now, it's insane. Insane how cheap it is right now. Cherix Token also, I think Cherix Token actually moved up a little bit. It's one of the ones that was looking green and doing pretty decent there for a minute. So there you go on Cherix Token. All right, we were just talking about this earlier, talking about what Joe Biden said when he was talking about the economy earlier, just before lunchtime there. And he talked about infrastructure and how they want to build infrastructure. And GOP Senator Collins just says, can't meet Wednesday infrastructure deadline, according to Bloomberg. It doesn't look like there's much out of that story other than the title there. But there you go. So they're saying, hey, we can't meet the Wednesday infrastructure deadline. So they're putting that out there. So Senator Collins saying that and coming across from Bloomberg. Jason, you timed it out. I just got back myself. Yeah, lunchtime. We're back, though. We're in action. We're ready to go. We're rocking. We're rolling. GLG's moving up, though. It's $1.06 right now there. Went a high of $1.07 for you, Jason. I think you said you got it at 90 cents. I think you're doing pretty good there. Doing pretty good. All right, something I've noticed with a lot of the crypto stocks lately, all right? Something I noticed is that how the market tends to move together, all right? is that I'm gonna give you just a couple examples of this. All right, so I'm gonna pull this up and I'm gonna look at this is Olive token, which is I've been kind of following Olive token. So Olive, if you notice, so you have this obviously this pop up real quick, and then it comes back down. These are days. Oh, there's a day chart. These are each of one of these are days. But you see how it kind of boom comes up. You got like a little bit of a George W here, like a double bottom, and then just kind of off to right here, right? So bam, bam. So it's just kind of in this, right? All right. Now I'm gonna pull up. Let's go. Let's type in another token. Let's type in FEG token and see what FEG is. Let's look at FEG token. So I'm gonna go to FEG. All right. Day chart. Day chart. All right. I'm gonna zoom out. Look at the chart. FEG token. Boom, boom, boom. Similar. As it's coming down. Right about the same thing, right? Okay. Now let's take a look at let's take a look at SafeMoon, since we know what SafeMoon is. All right. Let's go SafeMoon. Let's see what SafeMoon looks like. Very similar. Up. And then it's kind of fizzled back down. Okay. Similar. And then let's do up. What is Cherix token? Cherix token. I think it's RIX, right? Cherix token. Here it is. Oh, dang it. There we go. Cherix token. Similar. If you notice, all these cryptos are all ending up with their charts similar to the same. Which shows me that crypto is moving parallel with each other. Everything's parallel, alright? Everything is literally running together. This goes down, so does this. This goes down, so does this. Right? It's a parallel to the entire market. Everything's moving in tandem. So, like, I mean, it's just crazy to see, like, these are multiple. I mean, I could just you could throw out a random. So, like, here, I'll pull up one that I've looked at. It's called Blast. I'll type in Blast. Let's see. B-L-A-S-T. Blast. Let's just blast off, actually. This one. Day chart. Let's look at it. Now, blast off. It doesn't really solve it. It's different, but I'll tell you why it's different. Okay, it literally just launched. It's a brand new token. So that's the only one that's different, right? Or like because it's literally just and then blasted off, right? So it's only went for so many days, and I could keep pulling it down here, and you can see that it just started right here. But like so what you say, try GOMA? GOMA? Go Shiba Inu. Goma. Are you gonna literally give me the one that's like launching the opposite direction? Or it just launched? It looks like it just launched. Yes. So it's brand new. Anyway. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you take out this, it's something that's been around for a little bit. You can see that they're all moving very similar to each other. And it's like the whole market's moving as a whole. So I'm literally waiting for some of these like cryptos to just like the whole market just to go boom and explode. And I think a lot of it again has to do with Bitcoin and where it goes, right? So now that we saw this and you've seen like the idea of how everything's kind of moving similar, let's go to Bitcoin. Let's pull Bitcoin up. Let's see what it looks like on the chart. We haven't had a chance to do that yet today. So Bitcoin on the daily, remember it's hitting some lows right here. Is that little bit channel. And the bottom's at 28, 29 mark that I was trying to get to, which I didn't get all the way down to, but pretty close. It's like right here. So anyway, anything in that realm right there is like a low, and anything up here is a high. So the question that I was asking, and then I asked prior to, is you notice we had this dip, then it kind of set for a second, and then it dipped, and then it's sitting for a second, and I feel like it's setting up for another dip, possibly. Or is it going to hit this bottom and say, I'm done, and do a boom, boom, head back up? So we're at that, like, we're literally at that point of deciding, is Bitcoin going here or is it going there? Like, at some point it has to make a decision, and it's at that point right now. We're at the point of making a decision of where Bitcoin's going to go. Because if you notice, look at the crypto market. Remember, it was up and then went down, up, then down again, right? That was the same thing we were just looking at. If I go back, let me go back 1 or 2. Here, we'll go to Cherex token, and I'll pull it up again. What the heck? What is going on? Oh, there it goes. It's taking a second to load. Look, see this? This boom, boom, then down, right? Look here. There's the shoot up, which if I really zoom out, you can see there's that shoot up, and then that rocket, down, another shoot up, down, and then everything fizzled this way. So the crypto market is literally running with Bitcoin. Jason calls it's the triple bottom conundrum. The triple bottom conundrum. So that's the thing. That's where we're at. That's where the whole market. And I'm literally just waiting for my crypto investments. That as soon as Bitcoin just turns around, it goes up or whatever. The whole market's gonna start going up. Everything's gonna start turning green. And then literally, my portfolio is gonna go boom! Boom goes the dynamite. So that's what I'm watching right now in the coming days. I'm pulling up CIDM because I'm seeing some green on it. And then, actually, let's look at DLPN too. I'm doing pretty decent today. AMC, almost over 34 bucks. Starting to kind of look like it's going to try to start pulling up there. Yeah, a little G-dub moving up. Nice. Nice. Alright, Jay says I'm watching TBLT. It's almost at its 52-week low. Could be a good one to get into for the long run. TBLT, let's take a look at it. Now, if you look at it on a weekly scale, it's just been... And then, daily... It's down there. What was this? Just like a weird gap up and back down or something right there? It's like a... Doof, back down. I don't know what that was. $0.60. Someone literally just posted, my hair salon just raised prices 10%. Why? Because they could. That's how inflation takes root. Oh, holy smokes. Oh yeah, Jace is like, I'm gonna turn this $10 into $1 million. Do it. Do it, Jason. Get it. How low can you go? How low can you go? How low can you go? Jason says, gonna see me on the cover of Forbes with a headline. This stay-at-home dad started with $10 and a dream. Now he's worth millions. Find out how he did it on page 32. Wait, hold on. Let me do this. Find out how he did it right after this. Extra. Read all about it. Guy takes $10, turns it into millions. Right here, get your paper right here. Come on in. Man with beard puts $10 in, and it pulls out $1 million. Into it, like he put the money into his beard, and it disappeared. And when it returned, it was worth millions. We'll tell you how he did it right here. Oh, AMC, kind of a little bit of a pullback here, but it's on its way up. Look at this. Moving on up. People are buying it. What's volume look like today on AMC? It's 89 million. Nice. Not bad. 89 million so far for, I mean, it's not what we want, but we'll take it. I mean, we'll take it compared to what volume I've seen in the past. So there you go. Jason says, I'm going to be on the new show, Entertainment Tonight. Yeah, Entertainment Tonight. E.T. So, you know, I've actually seen all of those. I've seen Extra, Entertainment Tonight, all of them. At the, I went to, you know, I used to do country radio, so I got to do a couple award shows. I went to a award show in Nashville, and we were sitting there on the red carpet, and I'm sitting there, and we're doing some interviews with our little booth, which we have set up, because they give you a number. This is for your booth. And it turns out our booth was literally right next to Entertainment Tonight, Extra, you know, all of them down there, all of them. They were like literally in a row, right? And then there was us. And so the craziest thing is, like, so each one, you know, the people come down the red carpet, they're doing their pictures or whatever, and then they come up and they step up into your booth and they do your, you know, your interview. But it's an open air booth, right? Like, there's no walls or anything like that. And they come up, they step up, they do a real quick on-camera interview with some of these, and then they'll come over, and like us, we had a camera person who was doing it, as well as our radio recording that is getting sent out and aired to other, you know, some multiple markets. And so we're doing the show, and I look over, and lo and behold, guess who walks down and comes in and ends up doing an interview right next to us. Lo and behold, it was Vince Vaughn. That's right, the comedian, the actor, Vince Vaughn. He's standing right there, and I'm like, holy smokes, that's Vince Vaughn. I was mind blown. So they were doing the interview with Vince Vaughn, and So Access Hollywood's the other one. I remember Access Hollywood. So it was Access Hollywood, Entertainment Tonight, Extra. They were all like right down the line right there. Bam, bam, bam. They just smashed them all together. But and then basically person just goes off of one, does the interview with whatever camera person it is, leaves that one, goes to the next one, does their interview, and then moves on down, and it just keeps on going. But they it was pretty interesting to see Vince Vaughn up close. You just made me think about that when you said Entertainment Tonight, about the Vince Vaughn at the awards ceremony, the awards show. It's pretty cool. Of course, there's a lot of country music artists there and everything, but every now and then you get some of like the different people. And it was Vince Vaughn was basically at the time was promoting his comedy tour that he was going around and doing, and he had some country ties to his comedy tour, and so he was doing the red carpet to promote it at the Country Awards, the awards in Nashville, and I was a couple feet from him, so that was pretty cool. There you go. Check that out. Yeah, so Jason, what's going to happen now is you're going to end up being on that interview. You're going to red carpet at the Country Awards. So I'm going to be in the booth doing some interviews or something, and all of a sudden there you are. It's your beard and your $1 million, right? Kind of like, the Robinsons right there, like Duck Dynasty style. You'll be rolling up in there. Entertainment Tonight. Straight up at the awards. Alright, Shiba Inu finding its way into the news. It says Shiba Inu coin lost 83% since its all-time high. Here's a little bit of a price analysis. For those of you that have been into Shiba Inu, it's one, which is one of the meme-based cryptocurrencies that enjoyed the liquidity enthusiasm of the most recent bull markets, that the most also thanks to the endorsement by tech tycoon and Dogecoin proponent Elon Musk. Well, if you're wondering what happened, according to CoinMarketCap data, Shiba Inu's current price of 0.0000613 is down by over 83% from its May 11th high of 0.0003641, which the coin also lost nearly 9% of its value just today, when its value fell from its 24-hour high of 0.000006693. So there you go. Shiba Inu's price surged around 3,000% in only a few days in early May, and on the back of a roaring crypto bull market, Musk's endorsement, and presumably some of Dogecoin's fans looking for a smaller altcoin that can see its price grow quicker, since their favorite coin's market capitalization then rivaled that of the blue chip companies. Why it matters? Well, on the daily chart, Shiba Inu's price is now significantly below both the 50-day and 20-day simple moving average, with the candles closing on the lower Bollinger Band for a while, indicating significant negative volatility, further confirming the high profitability that we will see a significant downward price. Is Williams Alligator opening its mouth? Indicating a clear downtrend. Looking for the fundamentals, there's still some hope for Shiba Inu. The coin is far from inactive, with the developers adding trading pairs to its decentralized exchange, including one for Ethereum and one for its internal tokens, Leash and Bone, and one for Shibone, which, despite these favorable developments, the coin's price continues to tumble downwards, and the chart looks rather bearish. There you go. So, and again, it's probably, like I said, in all honesty, it has everything to do with the market as a whole and Bitcoin. And I think as Bitcoin continues to to go down. You're going to see it, I think, market wide across the whole crypto and across the entire, the entire market, that crypto market. You know, it's as well. I mean, we're looking at the regular market. And it's kind of like, kind of down. But for the most part, I think as Bitcoin starts to move up, I think everything will be good. We're all going to make some money. This is going to happen. We're all going to make it. We're going to make it together. It's one team, one dream, and that's how it's going to end up falling, I think, going forward. We'll see, though. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do with your money. Remember that. I can't predict. I don't have a crystal ball, but I can tell you one thing is for certain: the market is moving together, parallel, in tandem with Bitcoin. Alright, it's time for the mid-afternoon market update. Let's go. Yo, toward the end of the trading Monday, the Dow traded down 2.46% to 33,835, while the Nasdaq fell 1.24% to 14,248. The S&P also fell, dropping 1.93% to 4,243. As for leading and lagging sectors, consumer staple shares slipped, but just 0.8% on Monday. Meanwhile, top gainers in this sector included TDH Holdings, which is PETZ, up 7%, and Rite Aid Corporation, RAD, up 4%. And trading on Monday, energy shares actually tumbled 4.4%. We talked about the top headline and AutoNation and the stronger than expected earnings. But then as for equities trading up, we had CYTK, NRXP, and AEHR. As for equities trading down, we got Redcat, RCAT, MITQ, and AEVA. For commodities news, oil traded down 8.1% to $66.03, while gold traded down 0.4% to $1,808. Silver traded down 2.6% on Monday to $25.13, while copper fell 3.1% to $4.18. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your mid-afternoon market update right here on Pop the Chart. Yo, we're sitting here an hour and 23 minutes left until market close on this Monday, July 19th. And so we're hanging in here. We got some peeps rolling up in here. I see I got more viewers than likes. Come on, y'all. If you get a chance, hit that like button if you haven't already. I know Jason's been in the live chat. He's been tearing it up. What up, Jason? Yeah. Get it. Come on in. Say hi. Introduce yourself to Trollmaster's been in here talking about DRV. DRV. We got all kinds of peeps up in here. Come hang out. Come enjoy the show. Yeah. Get it. 6 people in here now. People are coming in hot. They're coming in heavy. Come on in. Join the show. We got a couple hours left. An hour and 22 minutes. So there you go. Alright, there's a whole bunch of unusual options activity in what looks to be a whole bunch of companies down through here, including Macy's and MasterCard. And then we got a Duolingo targeting a $3.4 billion IPO, stemming from online learning boom. There you go, Duolingo. Saying, hey, yo, we want an IPO. Here we go. Of course, we talked earlier today. Yes, Robin Hood under the symbol Hood. They're set up for their they got their pre-IPO rolled right now, and they're gonna be IPOing very, very soon. And I see the news came across earlier today, but I think that a lot of people are gonna end up shorting that stock, and they're gonna end up feeling the pain. While some people are saying, oh, it's the hottest thing. It's the hottest thing since sliced bread. Sorry. No, thank you. Not for this guy. It isn't. Jason asking where's Becca. I don't know. We got 8 people in here now. She's got to be here sometime. Rebecca, are you there? Are you out there? Are you in the stream? She's probably working, man. She's working and listening. She's doing both at the same time. Oh, I just now saw it, Jason. Yes, that's how you're gonna feel, man. That's how you're gonna feel. When you take that $10, it's hundreds of millions. That's gonna be you, my friend, with the money gun, shooting it out. You know, I'm surprised Carlos did run it here because they said the earnings calendar today is showing AT&F. AT&F! It's earnings. They said they had their earnings before bell. I wonder what that was. Let's see. Carlos is gonna be like AT&F. Oh, it didn't pop up here. Unless their thing's off. That's what they're showing today before bell. But they did their earnings. Of course, Monday, July 12, AT&F key levels could break out soon. Jason, you're having too much fun right now. Jason's posting. Speaking, there's Carlos right there. Red light sale on AT&F. Get your cheap shares while you can. Come on down. Come on down. AEHR is breaking out. It is. It is. Let's take a look. So we got AEHR, which we've been kind of somewhat following. I just happened to click out of it there. Whoa, look at it. Yes, it shot up. It did. And then you also got NRXP. I can't even type here. Yeah, look at that thing. It's all over the place. So yeah, so AT&F took a dip, huh? Did they do their earnings, Carlos? Cause I didn't see anything. Alright, we were just talking about this. Robinhood sets terms. Sets terms for IPO. What you need to know. Robinhood, which revolutionized retail investing, has set the terms of its initial public offering, with the estimated pricing giving it a valuation as much as $35 billion. As for Robinhood's IPO pricing valuation, Menlo Park, California-based Robinhood is proposing to offer 55 million shares at an estimated price range of $38 to $42 a share. An updated preliminary prospectus filed with the SEC showed of the shares earmarked for offloading through the IPO, 52.375 million Class A common shares will be offered by the company, and the remaining 2.625 million by selling shareholders identified as the company's founders and CFO. Robinhood clarified that it will not receive any of the proceeds from the sale of the shares being sold by the selling stockholders. The company's three class share structure consists of Class A, Class B, and Class C common stocks. Each Class A share is entitled to 1 vote. Each Class B share is entitled to 10 votes and is convertible at any time into a Class A share. The Class C common stock has no voting rights and will convert into shares of its Class A common stock on a share-for-share basis. Upon completion of the offering, all outstanding Class B common stocks will be held by the company's founders, namely Baju Bhatt and Vladimir Tenev. Tenev is now the CEO, is now CEO of the trading app, and Bhatt is the Chief Creative Officer and Director. Based on the shares outstanding as of March 31st, 2021, at the completion of this offering, Robinhood will have outstanding a total of 703.87 million shares of Class A common stock and 131.81 million shares of Class B common stock. At the high end of the IPO price range, the valuation of the company works out to $35.1 billion. Robinhood has also granted an option for underwriters to purchase up to an additional 5.5 million of its Class A shares to cover overall allotments. Over allotments. The company said it expects to offer about $440 million to $770 million in class common stock for sales to Robinhood customers through the IPO access feature on its platform, assuming that the IPO is priced at a midpoint of the estimated price range of $38 to $42. Excuse me. Robinhood's financials, other IPO terms. Given that Robinhood qualifies as an emerging growth company under the Jobs Act, it gets the leeway to make reduced public disclosures with respect to prospectus filing. Underwriters for the offering include Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Barclays, Citigroup, Mizuho, JP Morgan, and Wells Fargo Securities. The company has applied The company has applied for the listing its shares on the NASDAQ under the ticker symbol HOOD. Financials revealed in the filing show that Robinhood reported revenues of $959 million for the year ended December 31st, 2020, up about 245%, and net income of $7 million, reversing from the net loss of $107 million a year ago. For the 3 months ended March 31st, 2021, revenues rose 309% to $522 million, and the loss was $1.4 billion, including a $1.5 billion fair value adjustment to the company's convertible notes and warrant liability. This compares to the loss of the $53 million a year ago. Robinhood said it expects to use the net proceeds from the offering to repay about $342.1 million it expects to borrow shortly before the completion of the offering under its revolving credit facilities to fund its anticipated tax withholding and remittance obligations related to the IPO vesting time-based RSU settlement and IPO vesting market-based RSU settlement. The remaining net proceeds, according to the company, will be used for working capital, capital expenditures, and general corporate purposes, including increasing its hiring efforts to expand its employee base, expanding its customer support operations, and satisfying its general capital needs. So there you go. Robinhood talking about getting that IPO up and running. There's all the deets, everything you need to know right there. Right there for you. Now, I saw something a minute ago that came across with GameStop. The video rips higher into stock split. Forber, NYSE trader says buy it. All right, so let's see what this is all about. Because GameStop was in here as well. It says veteran trader David Green pointed out the strength of NVIDIA Corporation Monday morning. The stock opened $10 lower on Monday morning, but quickly ripped higher by 6% in the first 90 minutes of trading. The stock will undergo a 4-for-1 stock split Tuesday morning. David Green, host of the live trading with David Green on Benzinga, pointed out pointed out the strong trend in NVIDIA stock on Monday's show. I want to be long on NVIDIA. Green said we will get a lot of action once we have earnings coming out. Live trading with David Green's morning trading show, which David trades and talks about Benzinga, whatever, or talks about trading on Benzinga. As for stocks that were covered and discussed on the show, he talked about GameStop, saying that he was not willing to short the stock at current levels. It looks like a better buy than a sell right now. And then he also talked about Roblox, Virgin Galactic, and a few others as well on Live Trade with David Green. But anyway, he's saying, hey, NVIDIA, 4 for 1, coming Tuesday morning. There you go. He's saying, buy it today. Reap the benefits tomorrow. Let's take a look at NVDA. Let's take a look at it, see where we're at. We'll go over here. We'll do it here. NVDA. NVIDIA. Currently, $748 right now. There you go. $748 per share. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in Power Hour. That's what I'm talking about. Get it. Boom, boom, boom. We got 54, actually just under 55 minutes left in today's market. Today on this Monday, July 19th, we're into the last hour of the day. Been kind of one of those, red days. It's been one of those red days. I mean, we do have some green popping through, poking in here and there, but for the most part, not this crazy boom day that we want to see. But we'll take it. We'll take what we can get. Crypto market's still down. We're seeing that. So really today, the big news out of our day so far, just kind of as a recap. Was Robinhood filing for their IPO. You had, and then you got, President Biden came out and talked about the economy today. So there's a lot of discussion over inflation and the economy and where we're at and that sort of thing and where we're going. And then, outside of that, there hasn't been too much going on. The crypto market was down. I mean, like I said, and people are just kind of, talking about, hey, what are we doing? Where are we going from here? But that's it. There's not much going on today. So we'll see if maybe this last 53 and a half minutes turns out to be something really, really cool and really interesting. And see if it just kind of changes the day. So we'll keep a lookout. Here we go. Come on. Let's go. Get the market moving. All right, so this was in the news. Disney, by the way, I guess it says why Disneyland's Jungle Cruise cultural changes aren't just woke, they're necessary. So it says here, days before Disneyland's July 17th, 1955 opening celebration, TV viewers glimpsed the park and its attractions via a special episode of the weekly Disneyland show on ABC. The pre-opening report from Disneyland, a fascinating historical record that today lives on the company's Disney Plus streaming service, included a look at the mechanical hippos and crocodiles of the park's Jungle Cruise ride, as well as the plaster molding of a black male model whose imposing physique was used to people our Jungle Cruise with like natives as white men in former attire looked on. Today, we cringe at the scene for a ride that went on to develop a reputation for racist depictions of indigenous people as tourist attractions, attackers, or cannibals, tribal caricatures crafted through a colonialist lens. It's a distinction Disney could no longer afford ahead of the July 30th release of a Jungle Cruise movie starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Emily Blunt. The ride reopened Friday, a day shy of the park's 66th anniversary, with updates that remove, in Disney's words, negative depictions of Native people. And in their place are slapstick-inspired scenes largely involving chimpanzees and monkeys getting the best of a prior Jungle Cruise expedition. It says, if we can agree that Disneyland is unlike a film or a television series, a living environment, a place born of one era but striving to be welcoming to subsequent generations, then the Jungle Cruise ride may be key to understanding theme parks as works of developing art. No other attraction that has stood as long has been under this sort of evolutions that directly speak to the park's past, its present, and its future, or its cultural missteps. The tension modern Disney reckons with is a desire to create a clean, wholesome, and inviting Americana while not sanitizing our world to the point of creating false good old days nostalgia or erasing someone's own. We're sitting at 66 plus years of history, right? That's really humbling, says Jeanette Lomboy, the vice president who oversees the Disneyland Resort and Aulani, a resort in Hawaii for Imagineering, the company's arm devoted to theme park experiences. Disneyland, in particular, is one of those places that belongs to everybody, Lomboy says. It's in their memories. You can't move a bench without touching someone's memory. Maybe that bench was where a kid took their first steps or where someone proposed. Disneyland has been hustling to do more than just move benches. The long overdue course correction for the Jungle Cruise shifts the show to nature, the elements, and the pearl that awaits man when he tries to tame it with puns aplenty. Gone are racist scenes of a spear-waving war party or a tribesman who will trade 2 of his heads for 1 of yours. These changes are part of a broader attempt to Disney and Imagineering to ensure Disneyland remains a vital part of the cultural conversation rather than a cultural artifact. As the park edges towards 70, it must take measures to reflect the diversity and the values of its younger audience to maintain pop culture relevancy. Simply adding superheroes and lightsabers isn't enough. In 2017, Disneyland at last gave woman agency in its Pirates of the Caribbean attraction by removing a bridal auction scene and reimagining a female winch as a pirate amid the protest of cultural reckoning of 2020 that followed the murder of George Floyd. Disney announced it would strike Song of the South references from its Splash Mountain ride, and instead featured The Princess and the Frog, starring the company's first black princess, Tiana. Disney stresses that inclusive updates to Jungle Cruise and Splash Mountain were in the works before the events of 2020, but the timing, at least concerning Disney's decision to go public with its plans, wasn't a coincidence. We are very mindful of the events that are happening around the world that impact people, says Carmen Smith, the executive who heads inclusion strategies for Imagineering. The murder of George Floyd, the world responded to that in unique ways, from neighborhoods to communities to cities to states to governments and the corporate world. There was an international response. How can we be part of the healing journey of America? How can we be at our best? We want to make sure that everyone who comes to our parks is seen, Smith says, and that they're heard. That goes for Disney employees as well. Earlier this year, Disney announced that its staff, cast members, and in park parlance would have more freedom in how they appear for work, including the ability to choose gender-inclusive costumes and hairstyles. They also no longer have to hide their body art. Some such moves received some pushback from cultural right, arguing that Disney is getting woke. Yet Disney's theme parks are simply awakening to their cultural reach. As for slow to change, it wasn't always so. Disneyland has been long been the bastion of American comfort and even American conservatism, a place that by the company's own admittance has been slow to change. In 1987, the year I was born, the park hosted an AIDS Project Los Angeles fundraiser as a mea culpa for once banning same-sex dancing. The pre-social media era of Disneyland's 1997 decision to alter the chase scenes in the Pirates of the Caribbean by giving women platters of food generated a national hullabaloo over the Chicago newspaper columnist Mike Rocco described as an exhibit that showcased pirates with, let us not mince words, sexual assault on their minds. Longboy recalls that when she started with Disney as a young ride operator in 1995, it was the first year Disney allowed women to front a Jungle Cruise boat. Women weren't allowed to be Jungle Cruise skippers. She says, to be honest, that I couldn't be a Jungle Cruise skipper. It wasn't something I realized when I was little. That, to me, was a shock. Women weren't even allowed to work on the Jungle Cruise. But that to me is a progressive change, and you move along. It says Disney's more modern approach might be traced to its creation of parks and resorts outside Anaheim, namely the opening in 1998 of Animal Kingdom in Walt Disney World in Florida, the 2011 launch of Aulani, and the arrival in 2016 of Shanghai Disneyland, all in varying ways respond to the world outside their gates in more overt ways than traditional castle parks. A recognition that pure American fantasy and idealization, while not necessarily unimportant, can clash with our increasingly global and chaotic world. Animal Kingdom and Aulani in particular pivot from romanticized passages, say New Orleans Square, to more honestly reflect the art, history, and heritage of the places they represent or are situated in. Aulani, turning 10 this year, is notable for its dedication to local culture, as it is to high-priced hotel rooms. Typically, when you're in our castle parks, it's what is the most magical, fantastical, amazing, wonderful thing we can tell, says Lomboy, noting that the mission statement for Aulani was telling the story of a place rather than a Disney fairy tale. The approach has gradually influenced the other Disney parks. Disney California Adventure has, since 2013, doubled down on live entertainment framed through a broad cultural lens. Change began with a mini street parade called Viva Navidad, which started with the expected Donald Duck centered three Calaberos, but added mariachi and samba musicians, the folklorico and carnival dancers, and 12-foot tall Moji Ganga Puppets. Says the event was the brainchild of Susanna Tubert's live entertainment team, and its success has led to the creation of Lunar New Year celebrations, a broader cultural representation of Christmas performances, and a Lion King storytelling show that heightened the African influences of the animated feature with the newly arranged music and ancestral costumes, and more than a dozen performers and dancers this summer as at the new Avengers campus. A short Black Panther inspired show also plays up the real African influences of the fictional Marvel created world of Wakanda. It says, I think Aviva Navidad is what kind of crack the code. Tubert, also part of the Jungle Cruise team, says the three I can't even say it. Caballeros. I can say it. Sound it out. The fact that we could take these characters who are so Disney and surround them with the authentic performers from cultural backgrounds, that was a big moment for all of us in entertainment. Of course, it's far more impactful when Disney characters don't have to be surrounded by cultural signposts, with the parks largely limited to intellectual property of the Walt Disney Company owns or creates. The company's increasingly diverse movies and TV shows have made it easier to more naturally add cultural representation. Coco, for instance, inspired by Dia de los Muertos event in Anaheim, which includes a memory wall for guests to write letters to lost loved ones. Since we wouldn't have the ability to celebrate Dia de los Muertos if Pixar hadn't created Coco for us, Tubert says. So in some ways, what's happening, especially at Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park, is we have been given this library, Black Panther, that are deliberately and intentionally bringing to life different narratives. Theme parks resonate because they are products of their time. The redesigned Jungle Cruise, which now features a colorful scene in which monkeys wrestle over a Christmas sweater and a spin on Victrola, is now as much reflection of 2021 as it is of 1955. Early Disneyland designer Harper Goff was influenced by Disney's own nature documentaries and the 1951 film The African Queen, which is also a clear influence on the Jungle Cruise movie. Down the Humphrey Bogart style scarf and hat worn by Johnson. Front of mind today for the Imagineers behind the ride's redesign is the havoc humans wreak on the environment. And while the Jungle Cruise is comedy and fantasy, check out the colorful new snake shrine, as well as an elephant sculpture that replaces one formerly steeped in religious iconography. Iconography is or iconography, which I'm trying to say is the best way. It's also a hopeful spin on the belief that nature will ultimately triumph one way or another. We found a way to get more comedy built into the ride, Tubert says. We got to put skippers into unexpected, unprecedented situations, and at the end of the ride, the discovery we made was that animals had the last laugh, not the humans. And humans on the reimagined Jungle Cruise are generally making a mess. See the trash floating in the river, or a lost and found gift shop full of man-made junk in the beloved but problematic Trapped Safari scene, in which adventurers scurry up a tree to avoid the horn of a rhinoceros. A white traveler was once at the top, while native safari guides were in more perilous position. Now tourists, heavily detailed figures, each with their own backstory and representing a multitude of nationalities, are simply over their head instead of in danger of losing theirs. And then it says, my belief is that no one intentionally creates something that is going to make someone feel uncomfortable, says Smith. A lot of it may have to do with having the information about the history of a particular experience. So she continues, when we look at something and realize the content is inappropriate and may perpetuate a misconception or a stereotype or intention, it is to look at it critically and figure out a way to enhance it. to make the necessary changes so it's relevant. And relevancy will always take precedence over nostalgia. It's about arming people with knowledge, Smith says. It's about recognizing the attachment that people have, and the understanding and intention was never to make anyone feel uncomfortable. But when we recognize that, we must address it. Complex priorities, which, of course, raises a question: how does Disney decide what to prioritize? Next up for Smith is the high-profile revamp of Splash Mountain, which will bring a Princess and the Frog attraction to Disneyland and Walt Disney World. But over the years, many of Disney's heritage rides have come under the spotlight. Peter Pan's flight, for instance, was updated for Disneyland's 60th anniversary, yet the attraction kept its Native American caricatures. Also questionable are the exaggerated accents in the birds' voices instead of Enchanted Tiki Room, and even the Haunted Mansion has received calls for removal of a hanging scene, noting the association with suicide and lynchings. Complex, no doubt, says Smith. There are a lot of people involved in terms of how we prioritize what we tackle first, she says. We spend a lot of quality time with our park presidents, with our regional leaders, and with our Imagineering leadership on the ground, and we look at what's on our menu and what may have a heightened concern. There are many factors that come and go into how we prioritize, and I wish I could be more specific at the moment. I can't even say how many projects I am on. She also can't say too much about the Princess and the Frog ride, for which Disney has yet to publicly reveal a timeline. Splash Mountain remains open on both coasts. The ride system that people love stays intact, Smith says, but the journey is going to take them through a sense of wonder. We had a team of people, consultants, to help us understand New Orleans, I like to say that, looking at both the fantastical and real, and we had an incredible opportunity to take virtual tours of New Orleans. One of our Imagineers lives there, so we spent a good 5 hours walking the streets of New Orleans, looking at buildings, textiles, and colors. We did a lot of homework. It's a celebration of Tiana. It's also an understanding that the preservation of parks, while serving as a history of American popular art, rests on change. Physical environments such as Disneyland are indeed museums of a sort. Throughout Disneyland are references to our history in the past 66 years, be it the globalism of the 60s that led to It's a Small World, or the knowledge that even pirates can learn the meaning of consent. It says, but as much as Disney's Imagineers talk about the importance of respecting and honoring people's memories, the spaces will survive only if future generations can see themselves and their beliefs reflected. While Disneyland and the theme parks it spawned were once images of Southern California. Southern California leisure culture and Hollywood. For Disneyland to last another 66 years, it has to connect with the same diverse and fragmented audiences of today's films, television, and games. Asked about the importance of the theme parks, Lomboy recalls one of her first projects at Walt Disney World's Epcot, for which she hung around the park to trying to get a sense of guest opinions. I remember walking into the space and seeing 3 generations of females, a grandmother and a mother and a daughter, says Lomboy. I could not understand what they were saying because we didn't speak the same language, but they were smiling and laughing and having a great time. It hit me. She continues, I don't have to speak the same language. I don't have to be from the same country. We don't have to be the same age. What we do transcends religion, gender, age, everything. And that was a pretty long article written by Todd Martins of the Los Angeles Times. And that right there just shows you that Disney, while some may say, oh, they're just trying to change things because of what's hot and heavy, no, they're trying to look at ways to bring everybody together. And I think that's a pretty cool article. I really like that. I think it's interesting that Todd Martins is spending probably a good time writing that. So hats off to you for writing that. I think that's a really cool story. It's kind of, if you think about it, a little bit of a historical look at Disney, and then you're also getting you know, kind of a behind the scenes of what they're doing. And like, there was a few little tidbits of information that was in there that was like, hey, they haven't really fully released dates, but hey, they're doing this. So you might not have even known they were doing that. And I do know that they were talking about the Jungle Cruise. I seen that advertised with The Rock coming into the movies, hitting theaters. So that's coming out real soon. But really interesting how they're taking it, just adding a really cultural aspect. And I've actually noticed that. I noticed that way back when that they were doing that, you know, because of Alani. I kind of followed them building that and how they did it, learned a lot about it, and then as well as which is a place that I really would like to visit one day. That's like on my bucket list. And then as well as seeing Coco, the movie Coco, and then some of the other movies coming out like Moana. You should really get to see, you know, like just where they're going as far as you know, like just cultural things that Disney's been putting on. And I feel like that's you know, and that now they're kind of fitting the parks to feel that, which is ideal, because it's a whole entire experience to be able to do that. But Jay says, I hate to be pessimistic, but it'd be hard to make everyone happy. That's true. I get that. And again, they've got to try, because here's the deal, you know, people are spending money there, right? So it's big money. It's not cheap to go to Disney World or Disneyland. So when people go there, they want to have the best experience. So one thing that they do, which is really, really crazy with Disney, is they hire these big, expansive research teams. And all they do is just research. I go around and they just research what people's doing. Like for instance, what she was just talking about. So she was working the park, walking around, kind of seeing what people thought and what they were doing. They do extensive research. I know this for a fact, because one of my friends ended up was in digital design, or was in design, like took design here in Cincinnati, and went down and actually did a internship. I think she still honestly works there today with Disney, but she ended up getting in like a design firm that basically does a lot of the work for designing different attractions at Disney. And so she lives in Florida, and she's been down there ever since 2007, I think, 2008. So right around that ballpark, I think it's when she went down there. She's been down like ever since. But yeah, so, and they were doing, there's some of the stuff that's actually out now. I think she worked on it like before it was even like released or announced. She already knew it was happening. So, but yeah, so they do a lot of work to make sure that they try their hardest. And again, you're gonna have those little things that maybe nobody ever thought about, right? Someone didn't think about it, and they put it up and they created it, and then bam, all of a sudden somebody sees it and they in a different way, and they go, oh man, you know, I never really thought about that. Then they go in and they fix it. So I think that's what they're doing. So Jason, it just seems like someone somewhere will always be triggered or offended by even the slightest thing. So that's why they really think about it, like really think through of where they're at. But Carlos, I see it halted. Yes, AEHR, you can see it just, and it popped up real quick, got a quick halt. Let's see, Carlos says I got it at 550s. Jason says I got a few shares at 555, so y'all are in. Riding it. It's $6 right now, and we'll see what happens off the halt. It depends how long the halt is here, because we're sitting at 26 minutes away, and you know how that is. A lot of times, if they get super, super close, they'll take and they'll hold it all the way until the end of the day, and then they'll just let it go in the after hours. So hopefully it'll open up maybe again, you know, a couple minutes to be done. That way you don't have to do that, but who knows. So Mark, again, I don't know if we heard it, I said this or not, but Mark closing the imbalance is 460 mil to the sell side. So we got that. And then, yeah, so that's what we're sitting at right now. AMC, $34, right? Almost 35. Getting close to that green mark. Oh, can it do it? Can it end the day green? We'll see. But yeah, I hear you, Jason. I hear you. I think that's definitely definitely what they're, you're always gonna have that one, right? There's always that one person, right? It's always that one. But then again, that there's a lot of kids that go through it, and families and that they've got to be really, really like strategic or selective, I guess, on what content that they put out there, because it's like anything, you're putting out content that millions of people are gonna see. You got to make sure that the millions of people that see it are gonna like it. That is hard. That is difficult. But I don't slap them for doing it. And AMC is green! Come on, can it hang up there today? Can it hang up there in that green area? Come on, AMC, stay green. Let's go. I say that and bam, AMC Entertainment shares mark new session high up 0.7% over $35 level. I just literally just said that and bam. All right, AEHR opened up, and it's going higher. 630, it's up 86%. Jay says, I had to remind a few people the difference of prejudice and racism. Am I racist? Heck no. I don't care what color you are. If you treat me with respect and dignity, I will return the same. Yep, that's the thing. That is 100%. I agree with that. Everybody needs to chill and treat people with respect. That's automatic. Jason's fast and precious, absolutely. Oh, I see you. I see you there. Oh, man. 20 minutes. I gotta wake myself up. We got football tonight! Football practice! Jay says it would be awesome to see AEHR run in the AH. Yeah. AEHR running in the AH. See here, it's hit a high of 645 today. 645. We'll have the full rundown coming up in about 19 minutes. Alright, Jay says maybe a small consolidation before closing in another boom candle in the after hours has a nice beginning of a stair step. Yes, you have that. Boom, 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 boom. Just keep it going. Keep stepping up. Step on up.
and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
We've been kind of talking about supply chain, and this is a big one here. Talking about XPO Logistics. And it says the International Brotherhood of Teamsters says drivers at XPO Logistics in Trenton, New Jersey ratified its first contract with the company on July 17th. So there you go. So that's some news coming out of Reuters there. All right, Carnival Cruise Lines plans for added ship restarts in September and October. So let's take a look at this. This actually has some effect, maybe with for me here, considering I am going on a cruise in January, February. So let's see here. Carnival Cruise Line announced today that 3 more ships will resume guest operations in September and another 4 in October, bringing the total number of ships to 15 as the line's successful restart of operations continues to ramp up. Based on the success of its initial resumption of service and the guests' response to the onboard experience and health and safety protocols that have been implemented, Carnival will continue to operate all of its ships as vaccinated cruises through at least October. The 3 ships for September are Carnival Glory from New Orleans. There you go. Starting September 5th. Carnival Pride from Baltimore starting September 12th. And Carnival Dream from Galveston starting at September 19th. I've actually sailed on the Dream before. I've been on that ship. That is a very nice ship, by the way. Turning into October, the 4 additional ships to restart will be Carnival Conquest from Miami, effective October 8th. Carnival Freedom, which is the ship that I've been going on from Miami, effective October 9th. So good. So Carnival Freedom out of Miami, which is where I'm going. The Elation from Port Canaveral, which I've actually been on the Elation too as well. Effective October 11th. And Carnival Sensation from Mobile on October 21st. So there you go. Related to this announcement, Carnival is notifying guests and travel agents of an extension in its pause of operations through September 5th for Carnival Pride from Baltimore, September 11th for Carnival Dream from Galveston, October 4th for Carnival Conquest from Miami, and October 16th for Carnival Sensation from Mobile. Cruise on Carnival Sunshine from Charleston, Carnival Ecstasy from Jacksonville, and Carnival Liberty from Port Canaveral will be canceled through October 31st. In addition, a 3-day cruise on Carnival Miracle from Long Beach on September 24th is being canceled, and then Carnival Miracle will begin sailing from Long Beach on September 27th. Says we are excited about our restart and greatly appreciate the support of our guests, travel agents, and port and destination partners, said Christine Duffy, president of Carnival Cruise Lines. By the end of July, we will have 5 ships in our restart plan, including an introduction of service on Mardi Gras, and we are seeing a great combination of strong demand and strong guest satisfaction scores tied to the positive guest experience on board. Carnival will continue to welcome unvaccinated guests on board, but all unvaccinated guests, including children under the age of 12, will be subject to pre-cruise and pre-embarkation testing, and testing again prior to debarkation on cruises longer than 4 days, along with a $150 per person charge to cover the cost of testing, reporting, and health and safety screenings. At this time, Carnival is limiting operation of its supervised youth programs to vaccinated children and youth 12 years or older. Unvaccinated guests departing from Florida effective July 31st and Texas effective August 2nd will also need to show proof of travel insurance coverage based on the itineraries being sailed and their requirements of ports and destinations visited. These additional measures will be in place through at least October, but may be extended based on guidance from public health and medical advisors and the requirements from destination partners. The decision to sail with vaccinated voyages was a difficult one to make, and we recognize this is disappointing to some of our guests, especially to many families with children under the age of 12 who love to sail and who love to sail with us, said Duffy. It's important to remember that is a temporary measure given to current circumstances in consultation with our medical experts and advisors. We've determined this plan is the best interest of our health and safety of our guests, crew, and destinations that we bring our ships to. It's very important that we continue to maintain the confidence of our destination partners so that we can provide our guests with the optimal cruise experience and sail our itineraries. It says our plan envisions successfully fully bringing back the entire fleet by the end of the year, returning to full service, most especially for the millions of families who sail with us, and building back our business for the benefit of our guests, employees, and tens of thousands of jobs and local businesses that depend on our company. We will continue to offer exemptions to our unvaccinated guests on a limited capacity managed basis within 14 days of sailing as we finalize the vaccinated guest count. The more bookings we initially secure for our cruises with fully vaccinated guests, the more exemptions we can ultimately offer for those unvaccinated guests already booked and those wishing to sail, Duffy added. Booked guests and travel advisors are being notified of the plans for the returning ships, the cruise cancellations, and the process by which they are being asked to follow to confirm traveler vaccination status and to apply for an exemption to the vaccination standard. Guests who want to change their plans, who are unable to wait to see if they receive an exemption, or who cannot meet the vaccination standards, may change their reservation without penalty or request a full refund. Guests, travel advisors, and news media with additional questions are encouraged to review Carnival's Have Fun, Be Safe page on FAQ on carnival.com. So there you go. They're gonna allow some unvaccinated guests, but you have to pay $150, and they are going to test you every time you get on and off the ship. So you're gonna have to go through the test every time, right there on the spot. And if you end up getting sick, I'm sorry, but you're probably not getting back on the ship. And anybody who's unvaccinated, they're forcing them to get travel insurance. Why? Because if you end up getting, like, COVID and you're in a different country, they're basically going to say, hey, that travel insurance will fly you back. So have fun. You're staying there. Bye-bye. See you later. So, I don't know. Honestly, I get it. Carnival wants to be able to have more people come and return on the ship, but I think, in all honesty, it probably would have been easier for them to just say, hey, we're just going to say it's vaccinated only and move on. And then you don't have to worry about that little bit of what happens if again. So I don't know. It makes you a little weary, but at the same time, it sounds like they're going to try to fill it up with all vaccinated people, and if there's anything left, they may give it to the unvaccinated people. So it sounds like they're just trying to get their ships filled up first, and then they'll work from there. So, interesting. As we are, ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from market close today. And so we're gonna get you the entire the rundown here in just a second. To get you through to the end of the day here, and see where we end. It looks like as we zoom in and get a little closer here, AMC got a little bit of a mini George W going on right here. It's at that $34.64 range right now. And it's can it? It's 0.89. Can it just get up green enough to be green and finish green for the day? We'll see. I'll zoom in a little bit here on GameStop as well. Get in here a little closer. And then pull up NVIDIA, because we were following NVIDIA. See where it's at. And then AEHR. We got that for you. So, let's do this. Alright, we are 1 minute! 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen! $30 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the countdown. And 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that closing bell, ladies and gentlemen. It is 4 p.m. on this Monday, July 19th, 2021. And AMC, just missed out on that green. Ended up today at $34.62, down 0.97, so almost 1% down today. After opening up at $32.95, ran to a high of $35.34, had a low of $31.15 on volume of 111.47 million. And in the after hours, boom, green. Look at that, 0.9% even. Oh, it's fighting, but there you go. Might get some green in the after hours. GameStop currently, it's up 2.4%. Ending the day, yes, 173.21. Hit a high of 176. Had volume of 2.39 million. Had a low of 161. All right, AEHR is the big dog daddy of the day. That's right. Finishing up the day, $6.39 to 87.94%. Nice. It had a high of 673, so it ran up just a little bit higher. Previous close, $3.40. Opened at $4.89. Had a low of $4.23. And then NVIDIA had a pretty decent day today, up 3.41% at 751. And they're expecting the reverse, or not reverse, but the stock split 4-for-1 tomorrow. So we'll see how that goes with it being at 750. So as like $100 some odd dollars is what it'll end up being tomorrow. If I did the math correctly there. All right. As for the number 2 stock mover today, it was NRXP. Let's look at that. NRX Pharmaceuticals up 45.31% today. It's already moving really nicely in the after hours too as well. Looking good. Some of the other movers we had costs. Cost was up 1.93%. DLPN was up 2.72. CSCW, it was just green in the after hours there for like a second. Let's see. Second Sight ended up 2%, and it looks like Tesla had 0.31% on the day. And so that was some of your up movers. Everything else seemed to be down. It didn't do too hot. The crypto market is looking bad. I don't even want to see it. Everything's showing red. Bitcoin down 2.8%, Ethereum down 3.9%, Litecoin down 4.2%, Doge down 5.1%. BNB's down almost 7% here. It's just shy of it. And then Hex is actually, despite was up earlier, kind of starting to head back down though. And then 6.4% down on Shiba Inu. I do know some of the other ones that we look at on a regular basis are down, like Olive Cash. And so you have to check those. FEG was down as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the top 4 at 4, according to Stocktwits. And I'm hitting the refresh button, ladies and gentlemen. Number 4 was NRXP. We just talked about it. 47% according to Stocktwits. Number 3, we talked about it as well. AEHR. AEHR test systems up 86.71%. Number 2, Moderna mRNA up 9.49%. And number 1, ladies and gentlemen, was UVXY ProShares Trust Ultra VIX short term. And it was up 19.51%. And that was the number 1 trending stock of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, so I want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for being a part of the show today on this Monday. That's right, we had Jason up in here. Carlos was up in here. Yeah, the Troll Master. We had Juan come in for a little while. I haven't talked to Juan in a while, so thank you to each and every one of you for coming in. I know it's kind of a slow Monday. We had, Joe Biden on earlier today, listening to his talking about a report on the economy. And then we talked about Disney. We talked about all kinds of stuff, crypto and where it was going, and Bitcoin, as well as also, FYI, not going to be here on Wednesday, so I talked about what I'm doing on Wednesday. But I will be here tomorrow. Yeah, same bad time, same bad channel. Ladies and gentlemen, right here on Pop the Chat. Yo, Corey, your host, saying have a good evening. I will see you tomorrow. Yo, football tonight for me. Peace. Bye.